If he wins this election, which he probably won't, but if he does, let's hope he's closer to God. I do like me.
So people, I will ask you a question now that I was asking atheists all the time.
Okay, I'm not an atheist.
Are you aware of the structure of a bacteria?
The basics.
Yeah, so we have two membranes, and we have nucleus, we have DNA, and we have ribosome that will copy the what?
We have two membranes.
Two membranes.
I thought only plants have the cell wall.
No, so you can check it by yourself. And we have a flagellum that allow the bacteria to move. So
some have.
That's a simplest form of life that we know. So without God, explain for me, how can this happen?
That's the God of the gaps. I'm not even going to grace that with an answer. Go look up the God of the gaps well.
This is not God of the gaps. So I am showing you. No, wait. I am showing you something that cannot happen without a design.
No, you're not.
It's not. Okay, let me ask you another question.
Let's dive on this because you said specifically. It's not the God of the gaps. And I'm telling you, it by definition is the God of the gaps theory.
Oh.
Do we know how life came from not life?
Yeah, so we can see that this is impossible without the design. How? Imagine someone tell me, yeah, you explain it. If someone tell me that after a volcano, so the pin form in nature. Bacteria can form. Yeah, of course I go to Israel. Okay, so you didn't come across something. Yeah, in the show. Did he do something wrong to you? Nothing wrong at all. We take a cab drive or we go to the show. Did he act rude with you? Did he just? Not at all. You know what? One of them invited me to his house. In fact, where I went to his house in Arab village, and we could barely talk. He didn't speak much English, but he showed me. Look at my son. His little son came out 3 years old. He said, I teach him throw stones. He showed me how his kid throws stones. I couldn't believe it. Oh, Joe, do you hate Hamas? I'm not kidding. Do you hate Hamas that exploit? Do you hate Hamas that exploit Palestinians and use them as human shields and political pawns? I do. I totally disagree with them, 100%. I disagree with a lot of things they are doing, but I'm not like you. You are off the hook. The idea for you, you cannot find one single mistake. Correct? They are for you heroes, right? No, you can do wrong. No. Mistakes happen in warfare. No. In purpose. Mistake in purpose. I don't know where you're from, but we come from a free and democratic society with the rule of law and a free market, freedom of thought, freedom of speech. If somebody does something wrong, they should be punished. It's not complicated. So I have to be punished too, right? For their anybody, if they do something wrong, should be punished, right? I'm asking you, did you see they are doing something wrong? I haven't looked, but if I look and if I see that, I would contest. Yeah, if an individual IDF soldier or commodity is fine. Yeah, and they should be held. They should be held accountable just like anybody else. There's a code of arms. A system of investigation. Yeah, critics of independent. They don't even go far enough. So, Joe, I want to call your attention to the Geneva Conventions of 1949 and the Fiscal Protocol 1 of 1977. We jot this down because that is what recognizes the combatant status of fighters in wars of national liberation, which has 3 qualifying points, and this is a worldwide convention. Distinguishing themselves from civilians, i.e. wearing military uniforms,
Jews. Like,
I mean, I didn't sorry.
Wait, what? Are you guys keep getting rid of words? You got rid of black, now you're getting rid of Hebrew, and now you're just an Israelite. Like that's.
when you say black Hebrew Israelite, it's like there's some other Israelites that aren't black.
Yeah, that's what you named it. We didn't name it that.
No, I don't name it anything. I don't call myself a black Hebrew Israelite.
No, Abu Bivens did it. Abu Bivens called it Black Hebrew Israelism.
No such thing. I don't care
He
who came up.
he also fled the country because he was a pedophile too.
Well, I don't care what he was. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the term black Hebrew is incorrect. There's only Israelites, Hebrew Israelites. That's it.
But
right? There's no such
the founder of Israelites, let's call them Israelites now, because you want to take out the BH. The founder, you can go back into Web Archive and the Wayback Machine, and you can see that they.
Of Israelites.
I'm telling you,
No.
I'm from.
Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel,
What?
is the founder of the Israelites. He's the progenitor. It's a bloodline.
Black Hebrew Israelites. You're always a couple.
We talk about the Hebrew Israelites. There's no such
Yeah,
thing.
we're not talking about the Ashkenazi European Jews and the Sephardi Jews. We're talking about Black Hebrew Israelism, right?
There's no such thing. Even they are not. They're not Hebrew Israelites. They're Hebrew Edomites. They come from.
I mean, so is David. So is David in 1 Samuel then.
No, David is from Judah. He is
This person doesn't say he's ruddy, by the way. In that same link.
Somebody listen to this. Should somebody bring up Genesis 25 and 23? You were just there at 25 and 25. You read that. Read Genesis 25 and 23.
There's also another verse in the same link that shows that David was ruddy twice.
Right. It keeps using ruddy. It never says red. But you guys don't act like
Hold on.
You don't understand.
You know how to wash. You know how to wash. You gotta whatever your name is. Okay, I don't think you understand. In the Hebrew, we have one Hebrew word in both verses.
That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, how the English people translate that word, they have all freedom to do that. But in the Hebrew, it's the exact same word. So we're dealing with the Hebrew, not the English word. So don't tell me ruddy and red, because little ruddy over here, red over there. No, it's the exact same word.
Okay, so
It means the exact same thing.
okay, so answer me this, right? Brownish red.
Give me the Hebrew word then.
Can I make my point? All right, so
I don't know what your point is, because I'm already lost. When you said half word, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm going to make it if you give me a chance.
Right, go ahead, man.
So you take a melanated person with brown red tones. You see this, we see this clearly today, right? They have brown, they're melanated people, but they have red tones to their skin. But you all see people who we could consider to be white or whatever, and they lack melon, and they have red tones to their skin.
Okay.
Right? All right. So all of these, there's two separate types, but yet it's you follow what I'm saying? What
I don't follow, because I'm trying to find out what Hebrew word addresses those two different types. Can you give me the Hebrew word that addresses two different types?
Yeah, Malik, his argument is this, that when it says red, it's talking about white people. I'm going to use modern language, Israel's.
I get his argument.
When it
I
says
just think
red, it's
that's
talking about black
bogus.
people.
Yeah, his argument is bogus because I'm focusing on the Hebrew word. So if you're saying that there's two different types, show me the Hebrew word that addresses these two different types.
I'm telling you that we see this in the world today, but the definition.
I'm not asking about what you see in the word.
Yehovah, here's what we're
Asking you
talking
about the Hebrew.
I feel like we need to back up. Hold on. Yehovah. Hold on. Okay. Do you understand that there are original we have manuscripts that are very old that have Hebrew written on them? Are you with us so far?
Yes.
Okay, so then in the Hebrew Admonai. Are we all together? Okay.
Yeah.
Both Esau and David are Admonai. There's no light Admonai, dark Admonai, heifer like Admonai. It's Admonai, right? So how are you arriving at two different conclusions when both say Admonai?
Because it does not break down the fact, because the people, like I said, who have been the authorities over things.
Okay, let's try again. Hold on, Yehovah. Hold on.
I'm breaking that down.
Hold on, let's try again. I'm gonna start over because I lost you somewhere. There are documents that have, hold on, Yehovah. There are documents that have Hebrew written on them, and that is how we get a translation of the Old Testament. Are you with me so far?
Listen, I'm with you. I understand all
Okay,
of that.
wait, I want to figure out where I lost you. Hold on. Yehovah, I need you to wait.
How about we do this?
I need you to wait, okay? Because Malak is making an argument.
You're an admin, don't mean that you get to just mute me.
It does. Okay. Yehovah, I need to figure out where the breakdown is. So there are documents that are written in Hebrew that we get the Old Testament, the Tanakh, from. You are with it. The documents that we get it from say Admonai. We're on the same page so far. Okay. Then you go into, hold on. Then you go into melanated something. You are just supposed to be talking to us about the word Admonai.
Listen, this is what they call semantical, and you want to what?
So, in pubs and, buying.
Hey, John, how you doing? Just passing through, are you? I'm a Zionist. And I feel proud posting this title. So it starts alive. See who comes along. I'm gonna put a poll here.
I just remember one guy saying, "There's no way I can do this." And they pull him off. His head gets completely shot open 2 seconds later.
Some people were vaporized when they fell on a mine. The shore was mined.
But I read interesting, talk about Judaism. There's a program. Apparently at the time, dog tags had a cross or a Star of David. So many Jewish soldiers had a cross put on them because they knew about what the Germans were doing. And many Jewish soldiers had a cross above their grave. And in some cases, there were soldiers who didn't have any family members back home who corrected. And a couple of weeks ago, like 8 weeks ago, in Italy, Anzio, there was a ceremony to redo the cross with the Star of David. Because they did all the genealogy research. I told this to Elena, she loved it. And because he was, at some points, they just had a body with a dog tag, and they didn't, they couldn't get in touch with the family, so he's buried with a cross. And it stayed on top of him from 1944 till last couple weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, and then they redid it with Star of David. So there's a whole program to find soldiers.
Yakov, what's the difference between the cross and the Star of David?
Well, one is the Christian cross. Like if you look at the beach photos at above Omaha Beach, there's just row after row after row of crosses, and occasionally.
No, I'm saying symbolically. What is the meaning of the two symbols?
Well, one is the Magen David, the Star of David, and one is the cross that Jesus, was.
I know, but what do the symbols mean?
I'm not into symbology. I mean, other than, I can
think it's the phallus or energy, basically.
Okay. I found it amazing that they knew enough of what the Germans were doing that they gave Jewish soldiers a cross on their dog tags. Because they were afraid if they got captured, they would end up in concentration camps.
Well, Bibi, I wanted to ask you, what was your punchline to that joke you had yesterday where the rabbi or the guy praying, he made his food into powder so he didn't have to do any cooking and he had, just that 30. So what was your punchline on that joke? I couldn't remember.
It wasn't a joke. It's a story. It wasn't a joke. But so he ends up praying 24 hours a day, and then he calls up to the city of where he was like living. Nice, and everybody runs up and screams, "Oh my God, he's a tzaddik, he's such a saint!" Like, give him a kiss, and they're kissing his clothing and this and that, and they're like saying, "What a man!" So he's walking up to heaven, and before he gets to see God, there's the judge, and he's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Wait, you know who I am?" He goes, "What are you talking about, man? I'm like the super Jew. I pray 24 hours a day to Hashem. Did it for years. And then I gave my life to God." He goes, "Well, move aside." The guy goes, "Wait, you ain't going nowhere." He goes, "Didn't I just tell you what I did? I'm the super Jew." He goes, "You're the worst type of Jew." He's like, "What? How dare you?" He's like, "Buddy, you didn't spend your life raising a family, being tolerant to people, allowing people to ask you questions. You didn't teach anybody. All you did was put yourself in a room and like excommunicated yourself from civilization. So you weren't there to help anybody." That was the story. So like, you came into the room yesterday and you're like, "More Torah, this and that." That was a good job. You know what I mean? Or you could be in the room and say nothing. Did you hear what I said, John, or no? Jacob, I actually just rewatched the beginning of Saving Private Ryan like early last week. Yeah. And in my head, I'm like, this is what human beings did to each other 50 years ago. And look at how brutal that looked. Imagine like 800 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or 2,000 years ago. And like, I can't even imagine the type of shit that they were doing to each other. Even look at like Vietnam was fucking brutal. Like, to equate like Israel's tactics to anything remotely resembling like the
Trevor, what are you talking about? It's all the same shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking insane. I mean, it's like, this is what I mean. Like,
you do realize the Hamas terrorists use booby traps like on all the buildings. I mean, you know how many?
Yeah, that's why they're being blown up from the air, not by guys running in underneath.
And
Also, many of the buildings have tunnels with cameras so that many IDs are just, you step on them and then they blow up.
It's incredible.
And pretty sophisticated ones where they can look in and see that a soldier has come in and then blow them up. So
wow,
it's really quite another.
It's next level. So you just basically you gotta literally bulldoze it all and knock it all down because it's all just too dangerous.
Yeah, but you see, that's what I mean by when I say like these people are whitewashing what war is. I mean, like, this is just.
Who's whitewashing? Nobody talks about it, and you can see the videos, but I don't know. I mean, how much longer till they, is Benjamin said like 2 weeks ago at this point, that he's going to destroy Hamas and take total control of Gaza. So if you take total control, I mean, Jeez Louise, I mean,
I think I don't know how I don't know how this would be done if it's even feasible or anything, but I would morally justify Israel annexing Gaza, to be honest.
but what about all the people? Are they going to like re-inhabit some of the inhabitable areas, or are they literally going to close it, shut it down, and move everybody out?
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't know the logistics of what that would actually look like. I'm just saying morally, if they had to do it, I don't know how it would be logistically done. I'm just saying I would sanction that.
You know who probably knows how to do it? I'd be willing to bet that Lutvik down in the audience. If he came up here and he told us how to do it all, or how to, fix everything and manage it, I bet you Lutvik would probably know how to take care of the situation.
I wouldn't be surprised.
How many rooms do you have open, John?
I got two clubhouse rooms, two X rooms, 15 YouTube accounts live streaming my beautiful Punim into the ether. The internet ether.
I want to search your rooms or looking for a specific room that you recorded on YouTube.
Yeah, good luck. There's 20,000 YouTube videos up, and there's 20,000 Instagram videos up, and there's 20,000 X posts. There's so much stuff that I put out on these 30 phones that I work off of that good luck finding anything.
You're still at 30? I thought you'd be up to 60 by now.
No, I got 60. I'm only actively using 30 of them.
You need to be ever expanding. That's the name of corporate, media companies are always expanding. Come on, John.
I know, but I have essentially found that there is like a limitation to how much one person can actually do. Without.
So hire somebody.
Well, I'm not making any money. Listening to you talking about gravestones.
You need to find the graves market, and you need to target advertising to those people.
You have full recordings, if I went to your YouTube page and I found a full recording of the Mir film, for example.
Having an online database by topic would be great, so that the output would be a URL link to YouTube would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, that I would pay money for.
How many people threatened to sue you already, bro?
Zero.
I don't know, a whole bunch of people.
Really?
For sure, bro.
Oh, dozens. I've been on this app for many years. You know how many times I've heard people telling me they're going to sue me, they're going to come to my house. I've heard every single thing in the book.
Complaint is zero.
I've had people call the police department on me. The police probably know me by name at this point in my area, but they look me up on YouTube and they go, "Yeah, this guy's live streaming himself having a conversation with people on the internet. He's pissing people off. He's running for Congress. Okay, he looks good on his YouTube live. We're not going to kick his door. That's how I've saved myself from being swatted."
Or they don't have jurisdiction.
Oh, they got jurisdiction. It's called the Chicago Police Department.
Oh, they call the Chicago Police Department? They know where you were?
Yeah, Gagosian, that liberal, effeminate femboy on this app, he has called the police on me twice. He goes by misogynist now. He's never a goat.
What is that?
Goat.
I don't know.
Why is that all the way down to 10 rooms? What happened? Anyone else have problems?
Yeah, there's nothing in the hallway.
Literally, there's like 10 rooms. It's usually like hundreds. Now there's 10 rooms. We started spreading love and awareness, and everyone's coming here. We choked Clubhouse. Like, what the hell? Like, does everyone else have 10 rooms? Most showing like hundreds.
Oh no, there's a lot actually. The hallway's totally full.
What's going on? I gotta shut down the app.
It goes on forever. Yeah, that's what it is.
Odd menu, Yoko. Let's go. I'll be right back. I see a room with, oh man, Palestinians are suffering too. Let me see who's in here. Please don't tell me you're going to go to a newsroom. I need to witness this. And Daniel, if we both leave, the room might be closed down. What? No. I don't care. I'm just clicking the background while I'm working. Nice. Where are you from? From UK, man. Whereabouts are you from? Yeah, I clocked on you from the UK. I mean, like, whereabouts? I'm not asking you this person. Yeah, well, I'm usually either based in Manchester or based in London. Oh, okay. I'm in Warwickshire. Warwickshire, nice. Nice.
Okay, so I wanted to ask the mods if I could read, let's see, read from the Tanya. Or from the Sefer.
I'm gonna come back. I wanted to see
Sefer
East
Avigdor.
reaction.
Who was in that room earlier? He said he's a Zionist, but he's proud to put up that title.
Never mind. Actually, I can't find it. Echo.
Oh, am I the only one here? Room got boring, huh? Okay, I'll read from Tanya. If nobody's ever read Tanya, it's by the Alter Rebbe. Okay, Tobias, pick a number 1 through 50. Oh, he left us. Anybody in the audience, pick a number 1 through 50. And I'll read to you that number in the Tanya. I'm not going to read it unless somebody puts a number in there. So take your little fingers, click the chat button, put a number 1 through 50. Go ahead. What number speaks to you? Is it number 10, number 7, number 21, number 35, number 40, anyone? Joe, do you have a favorite number?
13.
You like 13? Okay, this is your number 13. It's called internal conflict. Do you know what internal conflict is? No? Internal conflict got your tongue? Okay, this is what it says. The in-betweener is judged by both inclinations, judged by them, not ruled by them. The in-betweener listens to the claims of both inclinations and judges between them. When a physical desire arises, the left side of your heart is aroused to pursue it. This is the voice of the inclination towards selfishness. Bring that passion into the right side of your heart, where your intellect responds with the voice of inclination towards selflessness. Most often, the two inclinations are in conflict, so lift the matter to God, who will strengthen the goodness of the right, as our sages teach. Without God's help, the evil inclination could not be overcome. These are the commentaries. The Yetzer HaTov and the Yetzer Hara, the inclination for selfless good and the inclination for self-evil. The Alter Rebbe deliberately misreads the text to argue that the Benoni, the in-betweener, judges between competing passions rather than is judged by them. Since everyone has both good and evil inclinations, there's no sense in being judged by them, but only by how you handle them. The in-betweener lifts the competition to God. This is what is meant by the teaching. I set before you life and death, blessing and curse. Therefore choose life, that you may live. If the word therefore is a command from God telling us which to choose, then there is in fact no choice at all. Choose life should not be read as a command, but rather as a consequence. Toira and Tanya are saying that if you clearly see that the right side speaks for life and the left side speaks for death, you will naturally choose life. The real choice is not between life and death, but between seeing and not seeing. What'd you think, Joe? It's a book called The Tanya by the Alter Rebbe. Okay, if you enjoyed that reading and you are an American, consider donating to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover for the 16th District of Illinois.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
play the prayers of Reb Nachman now. It might be kind of noisy, but these are the prayers. Oh, we could do the Shema. Let's do the Shema. Do you know the Shema? No?
Yes, I do.
This is the Yemenite version. This is the Sephardic version. Okay, this is a song called Poppy Rosen.
My mom was diagnosed with severe dementia at 78. Today, at 82.
answering questions. Johnny, that.
Somebody there? Hello?
night because of vision problems? Try this simple ice hack with water before bed and wash your.
Yo, guys, this is good. Please stop. Guys, please stop. Would you mind turning that shit off? John, would you mind turning that shit off? answer you're looking for. Finding someone to do work on your house can be frustrating. Ace Handyman Services was founded with one simple vision: to bring ethics and integrity to home improvement. It drives us in everything we do. Our multi-skilled craftsmen will listen to you and solve your project just as you expect. We're easy to schedule to get your work done. Give us a try. We might just be the home ally you've been looking for. You'll find our craftsmen to be humble, kind, skilled, and qualified to complete 1,162 different home improvement projects. We listen to you and seek to understand exactly what you want. Hey, we get that you're busy. We schedule an exact time on a day that works for you. Our craftsmen will call the night before to confirm your punch list. They text to confirm they're on the way. And when the work is done, we review your list to make sure that you are delighted. Just like Ace Hardware, we exist to help you. That's why we back our work with a 1-year guarantee. Know that we're not finished until you're delighted. Our team might just surprise you with solutions that exceed your expectations. If you like our hours, you'll love us. Give us a call. We think you'll like what you hear. I'm not egotistical enough to think that I have one shred of hope of adding anything, but maybe this room is more for my psychological well-being than anything else, and you guys are just my counselors. But I feel like people who are good people and who, in most cases, have decent views, have been absolutely led astray by their addiction to Trump's version of reality. The Virginia Dufresne thing is a great example. Here's a woman who committed suicide, and nobody, because Donald Trump allowed Jeffrey Epstein to steal her from his employ. He didn't look after a young woman who went to work for him, and so she probably trusted him. I remember being a teen and going to work for someone, and I wasn't a young woman, but if one of my daughters went to work for someone, I would think that they were going to have some effort to look after her. But this was a young woman who had no family to look after her. And so we have these people who argue vehemently that we believe in family values, and yet they don't care that women and girls have been abused, and they're not willing to hold their leader accountable. I agree that my title here is inflammatory, and I have made some mistakes in being inflammatory with respect to some of the titles I put up, but I don't know what to do with my family who defend something so indivisible. That's the problem. So Andrew, I like your point, and I'm not a deep history of post World War II Germany, but my understanding is from the reports that I've heard that many Germans could not accept the reality of what Hitler had done. They wanted to deny the reality of it. And that's consistent. There's another area where maybe is interesting. If you read the book about the Donner Party, they were unaware because of they've been boiled so badly in their terrible situation of how crazy it was to be cannibals. You look at as I say, the slavery situation. People become irrational, and Elle and you make a good point that people are just putting their heads down and trying to survive. It's a fair point, but at what point do you say, wake up, people? This is, maybe your survival matters, but maybe something else matters even more. I care about the children taken from you, the Ukrainians, because I have children, and I can't imagine my children or grandchildren being taken, and the president of the country that I live in, that I pay my taxes in, laughs it off. Now people will argue he didn't laugh it off. Well, how many things can you argue about that he didn't do this, he didn't do that, at some point, do Republicans take any responsibility? And this is why, if my title is inflammatory, I recognize it. But the man did have 34 felonies. And people will say, oh, well, you can't trust it, it was politicized and so forth. At what point do we hold him accountable? And in this case, it is so clear that this woman is being held against her will that, with all due respect to Tucker and everybody who may feel that I picked the wrong image, we have to pick something. I would be happy to have anyone throw in who wants to.
Thanks for having me on your stage. I would tend to side with Rick and Elle. It's honor Rick. It's more the banality of evil that people in a frightened, stressed state are going to just react at the base of their brain and probably in a self-interested way, which is I'd rather be a bystander than a person on the train. In self-interest today versus the logic and educated Germans that I know, America is people who don't care about you or your emotions or your grandchildren or anything else. They care about their bank account, and they've learned that cheating wins in their case. It's not the system that we wanted, but we have to say that our institution is vulnerable for young people to elect a monarch, and we've done that. Yeah, it's you can talk about martial history class about the unitary executive, and we've been on this slow march. But all of the above, Trump hijacked that party. Some of those people are still there. Many of them are especially in the political class, are still incumbents, and they're still writing the incentives to get them there. But just like Congress people inside trade, it's a hack. It's not a power ours denied. But the same people that are supposed to regulate a democracy are supposed to vote in a democracy. The people that are supposed to be subject to the courts should honor the court's decisions. But that's broken. So if you've got people who deny facts, deny reality, it's more what's in it with them. Why are they not open to just facts? Facts.
I want to yield to Yasi, but I just want to add two quick things. One is that I think it is quite truly human nature that we are sort of narcissistic and we're affected by what we feel like affects us directly. And I think that is part of the problem, is we still don't have enough people seeing that they are, and the people who are their neighbors are being affected. But I wanted to say one other thing, which is that when I have these kinds of conversations, and when television first happened, I mean, many years ago, I remember watching
Hello? Is this thing
I
working?
think it was maybe Serbia.
Hello?
I don't remember who was fighting, but I remember thinking, oh, good, Nazi Germany could never happen again, because now we can see it in real time. Because I, of course, grew up. How did this happen? How could they not know? And I was like, oh, okay, but guess what? I wasn't sitting there watching what was happening in Syria, seeing that they were poisoning their own people, because it didn't affect me. So, we have this beautiful story in our history of Jewish people of what we call the righteous Gentiles or the righteous Christians, I don't know which it is, that when you go to Auschwitz or when you go to, when you go to Yad Vashem in Israel, which is the memorial to the Holocaust, we honor the righteous Germans who took and hid people. I mean, we know the famous story of Anne Frank. And so then I have to ask myself the question, would immigrant who was in danger, if I was going through the airport and I saw somebody pull aside a brown or black person and be in some way interrogating them, would I stand there or would I walk away? And I think those questions ultimately have to start with ourselves.
Now, you are brilliant. That is exactly why I'm holding this room. I wish I could do more. I wouldn't mind being shot for my country. I wish we had more people here. Steve, I see you here, and I would love to know what you think. Now, before people listen to Steve, he gave one of his sons to this country. So Steve has a right, by virtue of the sacrifice he has made, to have an opinion, even if I disagree with it. Steve, what do you think?
Well, yeah, and you talk about the things I've heard discussed here, and I'm not trying to go at anyone specifically because I hear this all the time, but this assumption that somehow everybody that voted Republican is moronic, and everyone that voted Republican somehow is gave believe in their senses to reality and facts. It's much more nuanced and it's much more complicated than that. You can break it down if that's what you want to see. I mean, but it's an unrealistic view of why people have done what they've done and what motivates people. You know, some people can say, we've seen policies that was antithetical to everything that we believe in, that everything that we stand for, and we can't go there anymore. For instance, if I was in a department store and a man dressed up like a woman wanted to go in the bathroom after my wife had entered the bathroom, I'd have real issues with that. Now, a lot of people just slough that off and say that's no big deal. But these are components. When people seen our southern border just being overrun with migration waves after migration waves, just pummeling our southern border in complete chaos, that became a motivation.
Wait, the bathrooms or the borders? I know you think about both.
Well, I mean,
Why don't you pick one though? It's hard to follow.
I'm trying to articulate the facets of what may drive someone to vote for or against something.
Okay, so
Now, you know,
Jay makes a fair point. You have to stay on one thing. If you want to pick bathrooms, pick bathrooms. If you want to pick borders, pick borders. But I think it's hard to engage in a discussion when you have a shotgun as opposed to a rifle mentality. It's kind of the way I feel about tariffs. So would you like to talk about a man going into a woman's bathroom, or would you like to talk about the border?
well, Alan, what I was trying to explain to you, it's like the many facets of what a complicated decision tree in any subject has many points to it. That's what I'm trying to articulate. And all I hear from people when they talk about Republicans and what may be motivating them is they're just out of touch with reality, when it may just be, it could just be that we have a disagreement about how to construct a society and what becomes palatable as a social compact. That's what governments are. They're a social compact between people. That's why we have, right. That's why we have such a division here. And if your starting point is that my disagreement is with someone that's lost touch with reality, it's awful hard to negotiate.
Well, Steve, let's just see if we
How
can have
about the
some
facts
facts.
at hand?
Wait. Let's just start with some facts. I'm perfectly willing to entertain both of the ladies here, but I want to see if Steve agrees on a couple of facts. Was Donald Trump a convicted felon? Did he get 34 felons?
That was a misuse of judicial power in a way that was unbelievable.
According to you, Steve,
Well,
according to you and according to Fox News. But these were...
No, Alan, let me correct you a little bit. Because that's not me and that's not Fox News. I've heard a couple of attorneys and U.S. federal attorneys that has articulated the subject.
You can always find, Steve, someone who disagrees with a judicial decision. Do you agree that we need to live by the rules of a court?
Yeah, but here's, well, hold it. That's there. You know, Madison and Jefferson talked about the misuse of judicial powers when our country was first formed. James Madison and Thomas Jefferson, two of the most important figures in the founding of the country, talked about it. Well, it's relevant.
I'm trying to summarize it because this is just going to go on. You don't agree with the decision that the court made, and you find people who align with your view that they don't agree with the decision that the court made, but you still do believe in the American courts when they suit your opinion. Is that right?
No, I look at each court case and analyze it on its merit.
And your opinion.
And if the merits justify.
What did you say? Your opinion, Steve, is superior to the opinion of the jury that was justly sat. Let me ask you, so we're not going to agree on this. Let's just agree that we're not going to agree.
No, we're not.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm eager to maintain what common ground we can find. Do you agree that it is wrong for this
Texas representative. Her only crime was getting elected to the Texas State House and refusing to be part of a quorum. Do you agree that that's a reason to hold an American captive?
I don't know Texas law well enough, or the House rules that are involved here to articulate one way or the other. I plead ignorance on the facts.
Thank you. Jane, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to get Steve on record here.
Oh, no, it wasn't me. I think it was Susan.
Oh, Sue,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry, it was me, and I apologize if Mike came off mic earlier.
No,
I
it's
just
okay.
want to say that what I'm hearing is a bunch of denying, deflecting, and the moving of goalposts. And I'm with you, Alan. You know, I hear it, but I don't know how to get around it because the questions are not being answered. When you ask a yes or no, you get, well, it's more complicated than just that until they want a direct answer. So it's the most confusing. I've never had such a difficult time having a critical thinking argument, discussion. It's not even an argument, it's a discussion. Because it's gaslighting, it's moving the goalposts, it's saying that things are not happening the way they are, and playing this what if game. And what about? For example, we're in this room asking very simple questions. Somebody is being held without their will in a chamber and is being given one of two options. Now, those are facts. They're not my facts. They're not your facts. They're the facts that are being presented to us as the outside world. Yet, we're still finding people coming in here telling us that what we're seeing is not what we're seeing. And if we are seeing it, then maybe this is the way it might play out. And that's the part of all of this that boggles me to the nth degree, that makes me say, where do we find the common ground? So
Can I ask you a question?
let me finish. So when Alan, I apologize to you and the rest of the room. Yes, I sound emotional, but I'm coming from a place of experience, understanding, research, and a lived experience from where I am. And I also want to say, you're talking to somebody that's on the front lines at Home Depot every morning, preventing the raise. You're talking to somebody who stops them on the front lines. So yes, I am out there doing the work, and I am putting my money where my mouth is. So when people come in here and start to say, it's either the bathroom or the border, and I'm like, come on, we're still at that argument when we've got people being arrested, sitting in a wheelchair without a leg? Come on. We need to start having a better discussion here, people.
Sue, I agree with you. And I want to be as respectful as I can to everybody on the stage. Steve did give one of his sons to this nation. How he can follow a leader who calls that son a loser is beyond me. It's absolutely beyond me. But I love Steve. And I believe that while he may have very confused thinking, while he may be a victim of watching too much Fox News, which is not reality, I do think he should have the opportunity to express his view. Would you be willing to let him ask you a question?
I have been in rooms with Steve way too many times in the critical thinking room. Honestly, I don't put my energy where I know it's not going to be well spent. Like I just got done saying, I'm out there on the front lines where I can make a difference. I can't make a difference there, so I will respect Steve from afar, and I will respect the service his son gave to our country. None of that was disrespect.
Thank you. That is beautiful.
Could I just interject something now?
You can interject it, but you can't ask her a question because she said she knows.
Okay, I don't care. I don't want to. Should any situation where someone has been arrested, should you have the full facts of the law before you analyze that situation? Or do
I analyze a situation not knowing the charging document, not knowing Texas law that's involved in it? Are these not critical points to say, is this appropriate or inappropriate? Now, I work with the police every day. I'm a city councilman. I have to work with the police all the time. I have to analyze these things. If someone comes in and they're brought before our municipal judge, I have to make sure that our police department, when they're charging, are out doing the proper thing. I can't go on emotion. I have to know that, well,
Going
this
on
is
emotion
relevant.
right now, Steve.
This is
Emotion is
relevant,
not the
Jane.
problem.
Jane, the law is relevant, and the charging document is relevant. And if you don't know the particulars of the charging document and you don't know the law as it reads, you cannot analyze this situation properly. It's impossible.
But Steve, you don't really believe in the law because you're willing to let someone with 34 felonies, you support somebody with 34 felonies in spite of the fact that it was found by 12 jurors within our system. So you believe in the law when it's convenient to you, when it reflects your facts. But you basically just said that that was not a legitimate court case. I don't know how you decide that something isn't legitimate. And my view is not as important as yours because you're a city councilman, maybe. I mean, I think Hanson is more worthy.
Alan, let me ask you a question. Can I ask you one question?
You can ask me a question. Not, the
Yeah,
ladies have to be willing to.
Let me just ask you this sincere question. Have you ever heard of a jury case where you have three different judges and the jury is not instructed that they have to unanimously agree on any charge that they bring back as guilty? Isn't that a function of the jury system? There has to be unanimity. If you have a jury trial and you have one charge that has to be agreed upon and one of the jurors says no, the charge cannot stand. It's a hung jury. So why in this particular case, when the judge sent the jury to debate this, he did not instruct them that when they brought back a decision, it had to be brought back in unanimous agreement on a particular charge?
Steve,
Just a question.
let's just try a different question because I think you are using a very specific to try to defeat a general argument, and I see you do this all the time. And I still love you and I still respect you, but answer this for me. Do you think a man with 34 felonies should ever be president of the United States?
Well, no, I don't.
Thank you. Let's leave that one there. Let's leave that one there.
The end.
The end. That's very good. Thank you, Steve. I really appreciate that answer. Okay, does anyone else want to say something?
Yeah, this is John. I'd like to say something.
Go ahead, Congressman.
Yeah, I mean, if you listen to Steve, he said, you know, the social compact has been broken. And, you know, if you listen to what you're saying, and what that film producer says, Michael Moore, you know, Trump's presidency was going to be the biggest FU to the establishment and to the government of all time. So, you know, you're saying that the American people were willing to vote for a criminal with all these felonies and all these charges because they're that upset with their governance, with the government
John,
itself.
I'm not saying that. You're putting words in my mouth. I'll tell you what.
I'm trying to come together with a logical conclusion based on what I'm listening to.
Yes, but you just said I'm saying something that I'm not saying. You want to know what I believe happened in the 2024 election? America was unwilling to vote for a black female. It's that simple. The Bradley effect is still alive and well. That's why. It didn't have anything to do with a mandate on immigration. It sure as heck didn't have anything to do with imposing taxes on people illegally. It was a mandate or a function of the Bradley effect. People could not imagine a black woman president. It's that simple.
That's your projection. Steve and I and others
That's
may
my
have
opinion.
a different.
It's not a projection. It's an
Well,
opinion.
it's your opinion, but it's still considered a projection. You're projecting your opinion. I am projecting my opinion. You may not agree with my opinion.
Hey, can we, before we leave the Texas woman and Steve, can I jump in with something?
Please,
This is like a
please
very
do.
good conversation.
Please do.
Yeah, so the idea that we sort of don't know the facts enough to understand what's going on here, like if you work with law enforcement, like you understand like the different
still have you. Oh, you heard me. Okay, great. Okay, yeah. So like you know there's different evidentiary standards, and you also know that there has to be a law that is being applied, and that's not actually what's happening here. And it's like it's like not a hard thing to look at. I mean, it's like trying to make an excuse for a police officer who pulled someone over because they thought they looked funny, or they don't think that someone like that should be driving that kind of car. Like those are indefensible actions, at least under the law. So I don't understand how you think that this is so complex. And just briefly, there are different states and different jurisdictions where juries have different standards. I believe, like for example, in Louisiana, I'm pretty sure that it's like intended to get a conviction. Okay, I'm a little confused. Stop just a second. You don't understand how it's so complex. Are you talking to me or are you talking to Kitover? Who do you think is going to be complex? No, I'm talking to Steve. Steve, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so could I ask just a question now,
you engage in a dialogue.
Yeah, can you articulate to me the law as it's written that she was charged with, or the procedure that may be in place in the Texas House that was invoked? I know neither of those. So in order for me to draw a conclusion about whether this was appropriate or not, I would have to actually know the law. And then my question to you would be, do you know the law, and was the law as it was charged misused?
No, what happened was they freestyled about law enforcement, right? So law enforcement is very prescriptive, right? We don't leave, especially when it comes to crime. It's not like a lot of gray area. Like there might be a lot of gray area in copyright law or IP law or whatever. Like, but you don't have a lot of gray area when it comes to criminal law. She had every right to walk out of the Capitol as a person, and she wasn't allowed to do that until she signed a permission slip. There was no law that was being invoked that had that prescribed within it. And it's not the person who's being detained to answer that question, which is part of what's wrong with your approach right now. Is it wasn't for her to tell the bailiff or whoever it was that operates in the Texas government and you're not allowed to leave right now. We're not going to let you leave. For her to convince them that she was somehow innocent of something. It's like you have to tell a person that you're detaining why you're detaining them within a certain prescribed amount of time and based on a certain prescribed number of reasons.
24 to 48 hours, they have to be told what they're being charged with, or they must be given.
I didn't say charged, I said detained. That's not the same thing.
Charged.
You do not have 24 hours to tell someone why you're detaining them.
And the state of Texas, you have 24 to 48 hours of detainment. After that, they must be charged. If not, they must be released.
You're literally saying stuff that doesn't make any sense. I'm not talking about charging.
Oh, he's saying stuff that
I'm not talking about charging. I'm talking about detaining.
That's what I'm saying. Oh my God.
You're not addressing the fundamental point, which is you have to justify detaining somebody. I agree with you that you have to charge someone within a certain amount of time to be able to continue detaining them. That's not even the question. The question is like if I get pulled over by an officer, okay, and they're like, sir, you're gonna have to come with us downtown. They need to tell me why. Which is fine, like that's not even contentious. It's just like, cool, there's a reason why we're detaining you. And, you're gonna have to come downtown for the detainment to be released. This isn't like a complicated thing, it's not some sort of gray area. This is very, very established in the law.
Hey, can we move on, Your Honor?
Well, I'd love to get Steve to answer my question instead of other people jumping outside. Yeah, let's let Steve answer the question, the specific question, and please, people, let these two have their discussion. I will interrupt it when it comes up. I understand.
Okay, so according to what you're saying here, she was getting ready to leave the house floor, and she was accosted trying to leave the house floor and detained. Because I'm fuzzy on the facts of what happened here. This is the first time I've ever heard it. Is that what you're saying?
She was not allowed to leave. I mean, accosted is a charged word.
So let's try to stay away from emotional language. Let's just say she can be involved. She's detained. She wanted to go. They said you can't leave until you sign this, essentially this like new contract that says that you're going to have a police escort for whatever period of time. I guess for as long as the special session is open, is my guess, but I'm not actually in the detail. And she said, I'm not going to sign it. And they said, well, you're not leaving the Capitol until you sign it.
And it's a matter of principle, Steve. Let's just not argue about the specific details. As a matter of principle, do you think it is right?
No. Let's not even go there yet. Can we go there second, please?
Okay, sure.
Let's just stick to like, do you agree that to detain someone in that manner requires a legal justification? Let's just start there.
Well, now, I think that isn't this all tied up with the Democratic caucus breaking quorum and pleading to other states? Isn't that what precipitated this?
That is definitely implicated, but that's not really the question that I'm asking.
Okay.
So if they had said, this is why we're detaining you, and that this is the law that you're breaking, assuming that they had some law that they were claiming that, then sure. But that's not what actually happened here. There was some other standard that was created on the fly.
Well, I don't know about legislative matters and the specific application.
That's not even important. The question is, if she's detained.
I'm going to get to something here. I used to hold a Tier 1 hazmat classification, which meant that I'd been trained and certified to deal with hazmat situations up until January. Well, no, and here's the thing. If I went to a site and they realized I had a hazmat Tier 1 certification and I tried to leave, I could be detained and arrested by the police. Now, does that apply to legislative matters? I don't know. But I do know in my case that they didn't have to have a charge. If they realized I had that certification and there was an emergency going on and I tried to leave the situation with that certification, I could be detained and arrested for not applying my skills in that situation.
So, Steve, your point, if I understand it, your point is it should be okay for the Speaker of the House and the Governor of Texas to detain someone because their presence is necessary for a quorum, regardless of what their vote is. Is that your point?
Well, it could be depending on what the agreed standard is in the state of Texas. I've seen this, like if you're a firefighter and someone's injured and you try and walk away without rendering assistance, you can be charged.
Well, there's a standard in the U.S. House, in the federal House, you could actually arrest a representative to make a quorum. So it may well be Texas law.
And if it is, and each legislative body has, just like where I'm city councilman, we have our own standards and policies, and we have police there at our council, and there are things that will get you arrested.
Okay. Steve, thank you for cooperating in this discussion. I know it gets emotional for you. Your Honor, I hope that you feel that I think we probably carried this on as far as
He just completely dodged it. He's saying that in other situations there's laws that apply. Which is like, okay, yes, we all agree that laws exist. And that where they exist, they can be applied.
that's just
But that's not the question. The question is in this case, like, there was a law that was applied, and she was detained in a fashion that is inappropriate, and he's not addressing any of the details of this particular situation, which is obviously, dodging the question. If I murder someone, I can be detained. Like, yeah, of course, like, law exists. I agree.
Why in the House of Representatives for the United States is there sergeant at arms?
Why do you find everything that Donald Trump does to be okay, regardless of how immoral it is? He has 34 felonies. You agreed that they shouldn't have a president with 34 felonies. Thank you. I take that as a win. I really take that as a win, and I hope when this idiot is out of office, we can agree, as both Democrats and Republicans, we don't ever again want to have someone with 34 Joe Biden for his age, and you don't care about Donald Trump's age. You're asymmetric, and I love you, but you're asymmetric. Let's move on.
I'm not trying to be contentious here, and Your Honor, I'm not trying to dodge. I'm trying to be genuine and truthful here. I'm not sure within each chamber what the procedures and what the enforcement of those procedures are. I know a lot of these legislative bodies have sergeant at arms, and they can be invoked. Now, I just don't know, and I don't know the particulars. So I'm not going to die.
Anson, I would love to give you a chance to jump in on this. Let's try to get away from this because we're not going to get anywhere.
Well, if I may, I'm going to start with some simple questions.
I'm sorry. Jay has been waiting for a long time. I think he has to say something. Jay, if you want to now.
Go ahead, Jay. I'll give Anson a chance after. Go ahead, Jay.
I was going to say three, maybe four things. Number one, in regards to detainment, arrest, and charging, police officers do not legally have to tell you why they are detained. It's just common good practice. They should tell you why they are detained always. But legally, they do not have to. That's just number one. Number two, depending on the state you're in, they have between 24 to 72 hours to charge you or they must release you. If they do not, they have much charges. Number three, in the state of Texas, and this is the entire controversy about all this bullshit that's going on right now, they have something that's called call to the house, where all house members must be present. Now, they do have law-breaking rules in the state of Texas, but the Supreme Court in the state of Texas ruled that the call to house just calls individuals, just as it makes individuals show up, it can also allow what the Texas State House to send out police officers to arrest you as they have to show up because you were not excused by the sergeant at arms at the time. So if you weren't excused, at least that's what the court is trying to make it appear as, then you can be arrested. That's what they're trying to do here. Is this legal? I mean, by the courts, should have never been done before in the state of Texas? No. That's why this is so good right now. Because Texas is known, at least their state legislature is known for breaking law to not have bullshit legislation go through. They did it in 2021, they did it in 2022, they did it in 2019, they did it in 2020, and they did it back in 2016. I mean, Texas has never broken before, but the fact that they are sending out or at least trying to get new rulings in order to enforce the law, that is a little scary. That's all.
Okay, so Jay, I just want to get you on record for two things, just because it gets very confusing. Number one, do you think someone with 34 felonies should ever be president of the United States again?
No.
Such a bitch.
Good. And number two, do you think that it is right for this woman to have to sign a monitoring deal with police to be able to have her freedom?
No, and that also wasn't in the court documents. That was ruled by the Texas State Supreme Court, so she should be released if they've already completed their business.
Thank you. Anson, go ahead.
Is it against the law? I'm not talking about rules or tradition or even moral acts. Is it against the law to break a quorum, leave the state and break a quorum?
So no, leaving the state is not a violation of the law. But if the governor and
Okay, all right. Well, it is now, though, that's the thing. Like, this thing.
Marshall gets modded immediately.
Wait a minute.
Let's let Anson make his points, and then we'll let Marshall make his report. Go ahead, Anson.
It is not against the law to purposely break quorum and even leave the state in order to achieve that goal. It's not against the law. Therefore, she cannot be arrested as a lawbreaker for taking that action, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it against the law for the state police to follow someone not because they are suspected of about to be breaking
We're forgetting what the Texas Supreme Court ruled, y'all. That's the point of the conversation that you're forgetting about here. And that's something that isn't usually talked about either in this whole conversation. In the Texas State House, they have something called call to house, where all state representatives must be present unless you are excused, or they are supposed to be. The Texas State Supreme Court ruled that just as it requires individuals to come here, it also will now allow for individuals to be arrested and or detained if they do not appear to do their duties. That's what the Texas Court ruled. And I guess that, yes.
Hold on. What was their rationale? I get the
To call the house.
Typical Marshall response. What was their rationale? What was their rationale? He just gave you the rationale, Marshall. You didn't listen to it.
We're talking about this and we're talking about Texas state law. I'd like you to point me in a direction instead of saying, I'm driving so I can't do it anyway. But like, you made an academic claim. You need to be able to back that up. Like, you need to be able to quote.
Absolutely, Marshall. Absolutely, Marshall. So, you understand call of house in the state of Texas, correct? You understand how that works, right, Marshall? Okay, so then I'm just going to explain it to people that don't. Call of house in the state of Texas requires all members to stay within chambers unless excused. Any members who are not present can be sent for and arrested whenever they may be found by the sergeant at arms according to the House. Now, according to the Texas State Supreme Court, it ruled that it further affirmed in stating that just as members are to stay in the House, if they are not excused, if they do not appear, then they can legally be found as breaking Texas state law or breaking House policy and can also be arrested. That was what was ruled by the Texas State Supreme Court. Do I agree with it? No. I'm going to put the ruling in the chat for you all to understand everybody disagrees with this, with what I'm saying. I disagree with the bullshit as well. I don't like it, but they can do inside of the Texas House until the official business has been completed, which it has been, so she shouldn't be held. And I said that part as well.
Okay. The problem that you're missing, the thing that you're missing, though.
Stop.
Hanson, I want you to be able to finish your points.
Okay. So it is, according to a Supreme Court ruling, if she fails to respond to a call, or after the call, she leaves the chamber, she leaves the House, then according to the state Supreme Court ruling, she can be arrested. Yes? Does everybody agree with that? Whether it's right or wrong, does everybody agree that she is subject to arrest based upon a state Supreme Court ruling that if she does not respond to a call to the House or leaves the House without permission after that call to the House, she can be arrested? Is that correct?
Until otherwise proven, let's assume that's true. Yes, that's right.
Okay, all right. If that is right, now the question becomes, is it legal for the state troopers to follow that person, that representative, because they suspect she may be about to break the Supreme Court ruling requirement? Is it legal for them to follow her?
Hanson, apparently, that may or may not be. I think it's legal, but she is asked for her permission.
No, she has to commit the act first.
Yeah, exactly. That's not a thing that.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm not talking whether it's moral, whether it's right or wrong. I'm trying to understand.
You can't search or seize. They can't be quartered in our house. And same Constitution you and I made a pledge to. In the Bill of Rights, we do not grant all of our personal freedoms to be followed and harassed by the police.
I didn't say harass, I didn't say harass, Your Honor. I said follow. Is it legal?
That's someone else. That wasn't me. That wasn't Your Honor, just for the record. That was someone else. But that was David.
Is it legal for the state police to follow that representative?
Potentially, right? So if they have reason to believe that someone is going to commit a crime, just like anything else, right? Like if they think I may commit a murder, they can surveil me to see what's going
fact did force many legislators to sign what they're calling a permission slip, which actually forces them to sign on to being tailed, which is essentially thought crime. Like, they're saying, well, you're thinking about potentially not, basically you're thinking about denying quorum in the future. We want to make sure that there's a cop there so that when we issue a warrant for your arrest under the law, which does exist, which I agree does exist, that there's going to be a cop following you. They do not have to agree to that. Like, there's no basis for that, and that is the problem. Is forcing them to commit to that.
I think I agree with that. I agree with you, Your Honor. I think that it is not a violation of the law for her to refuse to sign that document. That's not a violation of any law. It's not a violation of any Supreme Court ruling. Therefore, there is no legal mechanism in place to require her to sign that pledge, that document. Right? Everybody agree with that?
We agree with that.
Okay, great. Then, if they want to expend the resources and just follow her all over Texas or wherever she goes, that's not breaking the law. It seems like a stupid squandering of valuable law enforcement resources. But they can follow her, and if in fact there is a call, or whatever the term is, if there's a fact to call, she knows about it, and she then refuses to go to the house as called, the state troopers can arrest her. Correct?
Thank you, Anson. Yes, we understand that. We agree with that.
Then I rest my case and I'll listen.
Thank you. Now, before anybody says, stop. Before anybody does anything else, I'll let you make your point afterwards. Marshall has a report for us. Marshall, you have the floor.
So I've not been able to get a hold of any Texas representatives.
What, is he gonna get hold of somebody in like the past fucking 10 minutes?
They're
The
either
fuck?
in the middle of session or
This
they're
guy's
doing something.
retarded.
I'm getting voicemail messages. I imagine what's been going on.
He's getting voicemails. He's getting fucking constituents are calling Marshall.
Like what makes sense and what doesn't in this case. The questions I would have would be, what are the House parliamentary rules? What's the law that we're talking about? As Aaron cited, there was one that it allows the state government to do that. If I could wave a magic wand, I'm not going to have a bunch of state troopers follow people all over the place. It just it reeks of intimidation.
It does.
It reeks of intimidation. It may be legal, but it's certainly, to say it at the very least, is very short-sighted.
Thank you, Marshall.
That's going to backfire.
This is the point I was trying to make with Steve. I also didn't want to break it with Anson. At some point, this is a discussion about theory. We can argue about the details all day, and at some point the details matter. But in theory, I think we all agree that this is wrong. Now this popcorn is open. Someone wants to say something?
I just wanted to.
Yeah, this is what happens when you break the rules, you break the laws, and you do whatever you want. There's repercussions for doing whatever you want to do.
And we change it from being wrong to being arbitrary. It's just arbitrary.
Marshall, I placed it in the chat for you from the Texas State Legislature in regards to the small towns called the Senate. But the only thing here, it's kind of like you said though, Marshall, the only thing here that's actually a little bit weird because you can't arrest and detain them to force them to show up to session, but it has never been used that you have to sign a permission slip to allow them to continue to follow you after the session. That is kind of a gray area here. That's why she's pressing charges.
I mean, if I were
That's the part that isn't actually a gray area. It is the extra legal part that I've been trying to point out from the beginning, and why I said you were wrong before. Is that part is the whole part that is the reason for her being detained, and that is not within the law. And that's the problem with what they're doing, is that that's not within the law. And that's where we should focus. And also,
also, if you break the law, there can be repercussions. In this case, it's actually not against the law to deny quorum, but there can be a civil arrest warrant issued. If they had arrested her, they would have been well within their rights, but by the time that this is actually happening, she's in the Capitol and no longer denying quorum. So they can't actually do that to her anymore. Because
They
at this
still
point,
can't
she actually is no longer denying quorum.
Well, no, that doesn't matter. And I put it in the chat as well, the Texas State Legislature glossary. Once there is a call to house, and this is in almost every state, this isn't just Texas, by the way. Once there's a call to house, you have to get permission to leave by the sergeant at arms. You have to be told that you are not allowed to leave by the sergeant at arms. That is the one, that's kind of what's confusing a lot of people here. She hasn't been given permission to leave by the sergeant at arms, but please hold on, please hold on, man, please hold on.
You interrupted me.
I literally put it. I put it in the chat for
just
you, man.
interrupted me, and now you're telling me not to.
You're right. You're right. You're right. You know what? You're right. You're right. I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the chat for you again. I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the chat for you again. Because me and you, we agree that it's total bullshit. But from a legal standpoint here,
yeah, but you're missing.
They are following the Texas State law.
That's all that matters. You're making other points that aren't actually relevant to the point that I'm making. We agree that there is a law. We agree on that.
You're not catching the nuance. Your Honor is putting a nuance.
Let's let your Honor is
recognizing you're missing. Thank you. The thing that you're missing is that the fundamental thing that matters here is you're forcing her to sign a permission slip. That exact moment is not in law, and that is the problem.
it has never been done before, which is why I called it a gray area here. That's why I said she filed charges. Hold on. That does make it a gray area. What are you saying?
Jay, you're recognized. Wasn't it Jay that was talking?
Yes, and that's why I said this is what makes it a gray area here. It has never been before. Once there's a call to house, as I stated, and it's in the chat as well, from the Texas State Legislature in and of itself, to describe their rules and procedures for call to house. I'm sorry, for call up the house. And I quickly put in the chat for you, so I don't know why you're trying to argue this point with me. You have to receive permission to leave. Never in the state of Texas before, for you to be granted to leave, has anyone ever tried to say you have to sign this permission slip in order for me to grant you the right to leave, which is why I keep saying it's a gray area right now until the Texas State Supreme Court goes back and says, yeah, no, this isn't okay, or yeah, no, he's allowed to do this because he did this action per the Texas State Legislature. That is a little gray area to throw.
Okay, Your Honor, do you feel, wait. Your Honor, do you feel that we've heard you? Jay, you feel that we've heard you?
Alright, so the thing that isn't gray area of this, and this is what I find very, very frustrating in what he's saying, is like if I decide to do a citizen's arrest against Marshall, and I say to him, hey, you've broken a law, I'm exercising my rights to arrest you, and I'm just going to detain you at my house. That's not gray area, that's kidnapping. like you don't get to do something that isn't allowable under law and then call it gray area because you feel like it. If the law enforcement mechanism isn't in the law, you don't get to exercise.
Well, you detain them till the police arrive. It's not like your Friday night date life, Your Honor.
Hold on. I think there is really something to be said. And Aaron, I want to.
It's not like your Friday night date life.
Just would allow me. Your knowledge of parliamentary procedure and like bylaws.
This isn't about
Your Honor.
bylaws. Marshall is recognized. Marshall is recognized.
No. What it meant.
I don't think that's going on here. I've been talked over by 3 people and now I get unrecognized.
Alright, you can finish.
He's upset.
Okay, let me just say this very succinctly. The criminal law has, in the U.S. system, is very defined and prescriptive. That's a good thing, right? We don't want people freestyling when it comes to the opportunity to exercise state violence or to detain people or simply just in following the law, like according to good law enforcement, right? Just maintaining the law and order and the peace and so on and so forth. We want it to be prescriptive and specific. That is a good thing. Where powers are not prescribed to law enforcement, they do not have those powers. That's how our law works. They do not have the right of forcing people to sign permission slips. That is not in the law. And that's not gray area. because the law doesn't say it, so it's not there.
Yeah, we all know the permission slip is optional.
Wait, Your Honor has said
We all know the
that
permission
this is
slip
not
is
gray
optional.
area, and it is not legal. Do I understand you, Your Honor?
The permission slips are for detaining someone or permission
We all
slips.
know the
That's not
permission
not in
slip
the
is
law.
optional.
That's extra legal.
Yes.
It's not illegal.
Do you feel that we've heard your point?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Marshall?
More when I was mentioning bylaws, what I was meaning was the sergeant in arms of the Texas House is an enforcement wing of the DPS. At least as I understand the Texas Constitution. And so part of my working trying to put this together, because I would agree with, I tend to agree with you. If it's not written, it's not there. The argument you should have to sign a permission slip, rankles my notes at the very least. I'm more curious whether the House Sergeant at Arms is able to hold her. And so that's why I said bylaws, because the Sergeant at Arms operates, at least as I understand it, and I could be totally wrong, it operates with the voluntary, more like they're together. And so I'm curious about like the internal procedures of the Texas House, if it would do this stuff and then allow enforcement. Because I understand the part about the law, and I didn't intend to complain about the law itself, but interested in the shape of work.
You're our reporter.
I'm sorry, Dan. Let's let the Speaker of the House.
Yes. Let's let candidate who's been very patient, and I appreciate him following the rules. Let's let candidate make his statement.
Yeah, I think we've heard Your Honor repeat himself about 3 to 5 times now. It's up to this young woman if she wants to sign the slip or not. But if they imprisoned her in a library and said you can't leave unless you sign, well, you know what? She fell for the mousetrap. And you can't just, obstruct the law and do whatever you want to do. You have to obey decorum and the rules. So this is just another perfect example of people who feel like they don't have to obey rules or laws, and it's their silent protest. But she doesn't have to sign that piece of paper, and she doesn't have to leave. She could just sit there in the library, use the bathroom, and just live there. If she really wants to protest, she could do it. But you guys are wasting a whole lot of time talking about nothing. That's my opinion.
Well, you've chosen to stay here. I appreciate that you expressed your opinion. I'm not sure I understand it. I think what you're saying is that you think that she has disobeyed the law by not staying for the quorum, and it's okay with you, and I'm putting words in your mouth intentionally, it's okay with you that the Texas House wants to monitor her and not ask for her permission to be monitored. That's okay with you. Do I understand your
She
point?
can protest all she wants, but she's going to reap the repercussions of her protest. That's fine. Go for it. Do it. Be a protester.
Okay. Thank you. I hope you feel that you've been heard. All right. We've had a long dialogue on this. Does anybody want to throw in? At this point, you're welcome. Yossi, your mic is covered. Yossi, get your hand off your mic.
Tucker came to the room, he didn't, on stage, he didn't say anything, I don't know if he wants, and one thing that is mentioned in the chat, I think it's, like, good to remember, like, to say it out loud, is that she's not just a woman, she is an elected representative.
That's correct.
Yeah, he spoke earlier, I don't think you were here yet when.
Tucker, go ahead. Yossi's concerned that you feel hurt. Do you feel hurt?
I do, and apparently it either makes him laugh or cry, depending on your perspective.
It's important to me that people feel hurt. Not necessarily that we agree, but that we feel hurt. And the other thing that's terribly important to me is we find what common ground we can. There isn't a lot of it, but there is some. And I think when we find that common ground, at least we can work towards something. So, thank you. Yossi makes a really outstanding point that it's not the woman. She is an elected representative equal to any man. Does anybody want to argue that? Thank you.
Yossi did it. Sorry, Yossi did it. It was from the chat. Dennis, I think, said it first. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Alan, can you remind everybody how many felonies Donald Trump is guilty of, please?
34.
34 felonies. So why doesn't the Congress just lock Donald Trump in the White House, and hold him, hostage and arrest him because he's been convicted of 34 felonies, Alan?
I love that idea, John. Are you serious?
Yeah, 100%. Why don't we just not let Donald Trump leave the White House because he's guilty of 34 felonies? Duh, he's a felon. He's guilty of 34 felonies, and he's just roaming the land, doing whatever he wants, posting whatever he wants. I mean, come on, Alan, why can't Congress arrest him? 34 felonies!
Yeah,
I think that's right. Exception argument, however. This is the guy who was just saying that people should be arrested and detained for crimes because FAFO or something. But now when it comes to Donald Trump, he's essentially arguing the opposite. Like, you can't make this up, man. Like, it's just wild how MAGA logic works.
MAGA logic?
MAGA logic is wild, but if he wants to make the point that Donald Trump should be if a Republican wants to make the point that Donald Trump should be arrested, I will go with that. I can support that. The question, of course, is will he stick to it? But we don't know that true or false. So let's.
I mean, he'd have to be impeached first, Alan. I'm just saying, if we give him a notice and we say, we know you're guilty of 34 felonies, therefore we can't let you be the president anymore. I mean, why can't Congress just arrest or detain Donald Trump, Alan?
So you would be in favor of impeaching Donald Trump?
Sorry, Al.
No, you have it. Jane has the floor.
With love, kick out John. This is getting dumb.
Go ahead, Jane. I'm sorry.
I said with love to John.
I just want to say, Alan, I feel like I've been heard. I feel like I've been heard, Alan. Thank you.
Okay. Dismal, you have been invited to the stage. Sue, you're here. Do you have anything you want us to throw in?
I don't see Sue on the stage.
You have the floor, Dismal.
But I see Denise, and Denise was in the room before me, so perhaps she has more to offer first.
You make your point, and then I'll recognize Denise.
Okay, I think you should potentially remove John. If possible, he is trolling. He doesn't have much to offer in terms of actual information or substance. So, what I would just say is what we're constantly pushing democratic values to the point where it's exhausting. We're literally denigrating certain things, and now we're thinking, oh, it's normal, it's just normal, it's just everyday. Checkpoints in DC were not a thing under Biden or his predecessor or Bush, and this is just isn't normal. The crime rate in DC has gone down, yet we're pushing more people to more National Guards from areas of predominantly white areas where they're not going to be familiar with DC culture, and we're arming them with weapons, which is intimidating.
They moved me. Whoa, they deleted my Clubhouse. My Clubhouse account got deleted. Oh my God. On the spot deleted. I wonder why. What did I say? Okay, this has been Trump derangement syndrome. Unbelievable, but they just wiped out the Clubhouse account. But probably probably gonna have to go back to just recording Clubhouse. Anyways, this has been a Trump derangement syndrome Democrat liberal therapy session. This is Rep Candidate Congressman John Kitover in the 16th District of Illinois. Go to johnforcongress.com. Cannot believe they just deleted that shit. Holy shit. On the spot compilation. Damn. Oh man, that's too bad. Okay, well, that's the show then. I guess we'll see if we can just jump into an X account. Because I actually don't have any more Clubhouse accounts. Dr. Adams. I think Dr. Adams got me reported. We'll see. My account was suspended. All my accounts are suspended. All my Clubhouse accounts have been suspended. We've been suspended from Clubhouse across all of our accounts, I think. So that means I'm gonna get a new account and just go incognito, anonymous. Thank you, Clubhouse.
So what does that do? Well, it gets them in a frame where all they care about are the men with the money and the materialism and the meal in front of them, and to just try and get another rush of dopamine. Well, then what are people going to turn to? Mindless entertainment, video games, drugs, alcohol, SSRIs, pornography, strip clubs. I mean, we can see it. This goes to Gotham. And the people that stand up and want to suggest that this is, again, that this is detrimental to our society, well, who are they critiqued by? It's the people that have all the money that are propped up by the system that say, oh, well, you're just upset because you didn't get your bag. No. I don't care about the money. I'm fine in that regard. What I'm not fine with is that everything around me is turning to decay under this system. I want people to be happy. I want women to aspire to be loving mothers. If they want to go into the workforce because they feel it'll bring them some kind of, sincere joy in their life, well then, fine. But let it be a choice. Don't propagandize that they have to do it or they're lesser than. Don't propagandize that a literal prostitute with $5 million twerking on a stage is more valuable to society than a loving mother raising her children to be productive members of tomorrow. Like, that's ludicrous. This is what we get when we live in a system where everything is controlled by those that push this degeneracy because it's all that they know. And so you get to the end of it and it's like, well, what do we live under? It feels like it's the synagogue of you know what, because it feels like every power structure isn't just taking all of the money, all of the resources, and pushing out nothing but genocide. It also feels like they're desperate to normalize their perverse worldview on everyone. And you know who would do that? An insecure freaking narcissist. Because at the end of the day, they look out at the world from their penthouses and they see happy families that are still out there in spite of all of the propaganda. And they know deep down in their heart that they are miserable, which is why they take more, which is why Jeff Bezos isn't comfortable with $100 billion. It has to be $1 trillion. All his employees are literally bankrupt. 40 or 30% of his Amazon employees live off government subsidies because they don't make a living.
But the stock is at an all-time high!
The stock's at an all-time high for
Boomers!
30% of his Amazon employees live off government subsidies because they don't make a living. The stock is at an all-time high. The stock, yeah, the stock's at an all-time high for who? Who owns the stock? In all sincerity, who owns the stock? Who owns 50 to 60 to 70% of all stock? Is it your average American? Is it your working class? No. They have nothing. And so if I am Jeff Bezos, I am miserable. You know why? Because he has a miserable frame. He has no compass. He's lost. He could turn around. I did the math once, and then I'll end it on this time. I did the math once, and I recommend everybody go and do this. Take the net worth of Jeff Bezos. Go and look it up. Take the number. Then plug it in and say, hey, based on this, if you were to invest 90% of it conservatively, what's the return on the investment that he's going to make? Now,
Okay, I'm gonna end this live stream, and we're gonna get our new clubhouse incognito set up and redirect the cameras back into Clubhouse. Hope you enjoy it.
Interest on his net worth and return it to the people that were actually making his company function. It would be life changing for those people. Employees are literally bankrupt. At 40 or 30% is Amazon. Right. At 40.
Hi, this is Scott. I can't take your call right now, but if you need your name and number, I'll endeavor to get back to you. And my
Yo. Hey, what up? How you doing?
Yo, you're doing your streaming?
Yeah, I'm live right now. They just kicked me off of Clubhouse. They just deleted all my accounts.
Oh shit. Well, what does that mean exactly to you?
They just deleted my Clubhouse accounts. You know.
I mean, and why would they do that? Like,
because people.
What's the objective there?
People complained about me, you know, and my campaign for Congress. So this is what's happening. People are upset that I'm running for Congress.
I don't think it's Congress, man. I think it's you got some crazy ass shit on there, honestly. Like all your images and your videos, just like crazy as shit, bro.
They're not. These are just normal videos. I don't know. They're political videos. I'm running for Congress. So how's Ken doing?
Ken is fucking pussy chickening out, trying to end before he's expired, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to convince him otherwise, but it's funny. I don't know. I don't understand how people just go, hey, I'm done here. I'm gonna check out. It's like shit. You got kids. You got grandkids. He's just not gonna meet any of them. He's just gonna go and like I don't know. He's been sitting in bed for like a year now, and he's lost 40% of his body mass. So like, I don't know if it's 40%. It's probably less than 40%, but like, he's lost at least 40 pounds or something.
Yeah, well, this is what life is like. People pick and choose the end of their time, and unfortunately, some people's clocks, it's just unfortunate, but that's life and death,
Yeah, I just don't get it, man. He's got kids, people in his life that still care about him, and he's just. I would not be spending that shit in the hospital bed. I mean, his kids are well off. It's not like his kids aren't, and he is. I have no idea what his financial situation is. I'm assuming not as well off since he was spending his days in the pavilion. But still, it's like, um, you got kids to take care of you. You're well off. Just go.
Well,
Like housemaid or something.
yeah, but some people, they don't want to be a burden to other people, and they feel like they ran their time. I mean, it's too bad that, the whole thing is energy and the spirit, his energy is severely diminished. So it's upsetting to see him in that condition, but a lot of people don't have that energy anymore, or that spark when their clock is winding down. So anyways, well, I was just calling to say hello. I have to go up to Rockford and start getting signatures on petitions. So I was wondering if you want to take a road trip to Rockford on a Friday.
Oh my God, Rockford?
Rockford, Illinois.
I totally would. I know somebody out there, but he just recently blocked me on Facebook. So that's pretty funny. No, I mean, I've got no reason to go out there.
I'm asking you. I need petitions. Yeah, I have to get petitions signed. I need 700 signatures.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's a lot of petitions, man. What's the petition for?
Congress.
Oh, you gotta petition to get into Congress?
Yeah, dude, you gotta get on the ballot so I can defeat the incumbent Darren LaHood.
Man, what the fuck is up with that?
Yeah, how do you think you get on ballots? You think you know shit about politics? You didn't realize you're gonna get signatures to get on a ballot to be involved in politics? What the fuck?
I mean, while you're running, I realize there's like a threshold, but not just like signing up. I figured, if you're a U.S. citizen, you just.
No. Listen, one way you could help me is if I could digitize the signature through DocuSign, and we got a list, we could call people in Rockford and Peoria, or even go on white pages and send people a DocuSign to sign. And we wouldn't even have to drive out there. We could just call people.
Shit, bro. Yeah, that seems like work I don't want to do.
I'll pay you to do it, and then you can donate the money to a charity. The campaign has raised money. We've raised $1,000, so we have money to spend. I mean, if you want to go to Rockford, we can drive to Rockford. I'll pay for the hotel. We'll stay one night, Friday night, and we'll gather signatures all day Friday, all day Saturday. And we'll drive back Saturday night.
Why can't you gather them here in Chicago? Chicago's much bigger. You can hit up more places, more people at once.
Because you don't understand, it has to be registered voters in the district. It's 16th district. It's Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal, Peckins, Illinois, other small towns. It's all up and down the center of the state. but I'm going against Darren LaHood. He's got $12 million in the bank. We got $1,000. So I need grassroots supporters like you know, who create protest apps. You know, like you're my guy. I mean,
Oh, brother, you don't know me because I am so anti-fucking social that, like, I feel awkward just being out there with a sign, you know? Like, I'm just not the person for signatures. I can't talk to
You're
people.
exactly the guy. Trust me, people like you. People trust you. They feel safe around you. People want to sign your
People look
petition.
in my face and they're like, oh, I'm talking to a complete idiot. And I'm like, yes, you are. Yes, you are. So,
No,
like,
they
don't
know.
worry.
They know you're harmless. They want to know what you're petitioning. So I need your help. But just think about it, and I'll talk to you later this week.
Alright, that sounds good. Alright, okay, I'll talk to you later then.
Okay, take your time.
See you, Jack.
Please leave your message for
Hi.
Hello, Normal. How are you doing? It's John.
I'm great, man. How are you?
I'm good. My Clubhouse days are over. They've deleted all of my accounts. They nuked me.
How?
I think it was the last room I was in. I kept asking the moderator, how many felonies does Trump have, and should Congress arrest and charge Trump with impeachment? So those were my last statements. And then surprisingly, I think it was Aram or Your Honor or the redheaded female, Dismal or whatever. Yeah, Dismal is her name. So anyways, they nuked my accounts. Not, I can get a new one.
How
I'm
could
just.
how could they do that?
Because people probably just complained, and somebody sitting there at work right now in the Philippines got the complaint and was like, okay, delete.
They have so many accounts, they couldn't possibly get all of them, could they?
I think they may have, because I just checked others and those were deleted too. So they may have, whoever reported me may have included all of my handles. Who knows? But anyways, it was a good last day.
How could they find them all? Don't you have like 15 or something?
No, I think I had 3 or 4. I'd have to there's 2 other phones that I haven't checked yet that I think might have Clubhouse on it, but we'll see. Anyways, I was just calling to say hello. I had a fun past 48 hours on Clubhouse. What are you doing?
Sitting here eating a bagel with cream cheese and talking about Israel. Managed to not halayla hazeh.
Would you get an everything bagel?
I did.
Nice.
It was hot, so I was extra what's hot.
I was in Larry King's bagel shop in Beverly Hills once, and Larry came in. I was like, Larry, God bless you. We love you, Larry. He was like,
That's wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
walked out with a huge bag of bagels.
He's fun to make fun of too. I didn't know he had a bagel shop, but that's great.
Yeah, it was called like Brooklyn Bagel Company. Their specialty was it's all made with
Brooklyn water.
Yeah, Brooklyn water, something like that.
Yeah, they tried it out tanks or something.
I highly doubt it, but I don't know. Maybe it's real. It sounds weird that they would use Brooklyn water just to make their bagels.
It's a thing. They have it in other places too, like Florida. I mean, take a breath. I mean, probably you'll find your way back, but I'm glad you told me. And people are asking about you as a congressional candidate.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of research on Grok, a lot of queries, a lot of math, and the numbers don't look good. Scott Besson says we're bringing in $800 million a day in tariffs, but we're spending $20 billion a day. So if you look at the numbers, it's like it doesn't change anything. It's like 1/100th of a percent change in terms of the deficit spending. So. Anyways, all right, well, I hope you have a great day, and I probably am going to create a new account, but this one is just going to be anonymous, and I'm going to go back to just recording Clubhouse and not talking, but, that's
Well,
my
keep in
plan.
touch with me via text and tell me what's up, and if you see or think or hear anything, let me know.
I will, and I put you in my clubhouse group chat, so that's usually the catch-all that I'm gonna message. I might not message you individually, but if you are in that group chat, you'll see all my clubhouse recordings. So
That's on which platform?
it's on text message. I think I added you to the group, but if not, I'll next couple times I'll message you directly then.
Very good. Be well.
Okay, you too. Have a great day.
All right.
Okay, bye. That's my Mossad handler, El Norma. Had to check in with my Mossad handler for the day. Oh, you're still here? The show's over. Go home. Go home. The show's over. That's from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Yeah.
Johnny, what up?
They nuked me. They nuked all my accounts.
What?
Yeah, they deleted all my Clubhouse accounts.
No shit.
So I'm gonna create a new anonymous and just go back to recording it instead of talking on it.
Okay.
Anyways, that was the update.
That fucking sucks.
Yeah, but you know what? This is one of those things where it's like big deal. I just data mined the shit out of it for like 3 months straight. You created thousands of videos, so this is the cost of doing business.
Yep. But yeah, I'll be back on after midnight. I got my phone set to 7.5 hours maximum. Is the amount of time that I can spend on Clubhouse. So I'll end up like John Kitover on Clubhouse.
Only 50, yeah. Yeah, you only get 50 hours a week. You limit yourself. Good job.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still crazy though. How many hours it's been.
I'm about to create a new burner number so I can create a new Clubhouse.
Have you seen Mojo back yet or no? They keep saying he's on vacation, but it shows his account's deleted. So I don't know. How the hell?
Oh, maybe they deleted him. Because he probably well, I don't know if he submitted. He may have submitted his own complaint.
Yeah.
Anyways, it doesn't matter because you can just create a new account immediately. So it's such a waste of time.
I know. He must have pissed the mirror off. or Brad or somebody.
No, I think it was Dismal and Your Honor, aka.
Your Honor.
That's Aram.
Oh, I don't know that person.
Oh, you don't know that
I
person?
know Victoria. She's a super cunt.
Yeah, she's a stupid ass.
Stupid ass. Stupid ass. Alright, mate.
Okay, take care. Have a good day. Talk to you soon. Bye. Okay, everybody go to johnforcongress.com.
advisors, but none of them would have thought of broadcasting it. And you don't not broadcast it just because it's politically incorrect. You don't broadcast it because it's wrong and you know it's wrong. Otherwise, you would say it. But apparently he doesn't know that this is wrong. Or I'm on a different planet and there's nothing wrong with what he's saying. Shall we remove references to the Ku Klux Klan? Should we remove references to the civil rights leaders from the North who went to the South, who were killed, or the bombing of a church in where children, little black children, were killed during the civil rights movement? Are we going to just, because that's a downer, man, and we're the greatest country in the world, and we cannot reflect on anything that's a downer. This is really a bad type of role model that we have right now. Forget about all the policies. Some people are in favor of them, some people aren't. We've been discussing Ukraine. Who's he in bed with, or who isn't he in bed with? Maybe the same thing when it comes to Epstein, I don't know. Forget all of that. This is the President of the United States who wants to wipe out history. Isn't this what the Chinese did with their Cultural Revolution? Thank you very much, Les, and we'll now go to Aaron.
Thank you, Gary. And I would just note, I mean, there were past presidents that did a lot more than have straight racist thoughts, and there was all kinds of racist actions. I think it's important to remember that in this context, in part because some of what Trump is doing is not out of step with past presidencies. But there are other things, like what he's doing with the Smithsonian, which clearly is different, certainly in magnitude, if not in kind. And I think it's like past time for people to stop following the bouncing ball as if we should take everything that he's saying at face value. And he's the president. We should listen to him. Clearly there's a rationale here, and it's the rationale that he's offering us. In the first Trump term, and in recent, so very, very recently, the big argument about whether or not Donald Trump actually definition of a fascist came down to cultural production and oppression of this was the thing that sort of made him somewhat different. That it wasn't just sort of a strand of right-wing authoritarian neoliberalism that was not really that different than, like take your pick, like Nixon or Reagan, were people who I would describe as being right-wing authoritarian in ways that fit into the mainstream of American society, right? Law and order, that kind of thing. This is where he has jumped so far beyond the line that even the people who aren't inclined to have conversations about whether or not this is fascism or not really should engage. Or even if you're not going to have the kind of intellectual academic discussion of whether or not this fits the definition, just react accordingly. Just know that this is what it looks like. This is, when people say, if not for those people, we would restore our former glory, that has a long history that we can, even if they try to destroy the museums, that we can reflect on and understand how that's utilized and how that kind of right-wing authoritarian power is wielded against particularly the marginalized who are most easily scapegoated, whose power is most easily taken away. And to also understand that if you're lucky enough to be, frankly, like I am in many ways, just far enough outside of those marginalized categories, but not that far, that they come for you, right? Like, that's how this works. There's all kinds of institutions in the U.S. that are doing their best. That, you know, we can acquiesce just a little. Like, we can be a little complicit, and then the bad fascist man will pass us over, and it will all be okay. You know, if we just give a few hundreds of millions of dollars to Donald Trump, they won't come after my university anymore. And that way, we get to preserve the institution and not have to fight too hard, not have them come too hard after us. You know, if we just agree that we'll do whatever he says with our law firm, then we'll be able to continue practicing law. Or, you know, if our museums were just standing up a little bit, I mean, you know, a little bit of fascism is not that big, right?
Can't they still say think ranks?
Any of us, and I am someone who has studied much authoritarianism around the world, whether that's the fascist strand, or the communist strand, or some other kind of totalitarian brand. Politics, this always ends up in the same place. And it doesn't stop until there's something that stops it. And it's pretending that, like, oh, you know, this feels kind of bad, sort of, kind of, but, like, I'm going to basically go, you know, about my day. It always gets harder to resist. Every single time. Every single scenario that you see around the world. This is not a self-correcting problem. It's not a thing where if we just wait them out, maybe the taco bowl will get them. Like, the people who are behind this, the people who are not just complicit, but the architects of it, the Stephen Millers of the world, the Steve Bannons of the world, these people are going to they're going to outlive Trump. And their brand of politics is going to outlive Trump. The only way to beat this kind of fascist takeover is to meet it head on. And when he comes from the museums, there should be people out there defending the museums. And same thing for any other institution or group of people who are under attack. Because otherwise, terrible, terrible things not only will happen, but will continue to happen, which is what we're saying over and over again. So I really hope that well-meaning people who want something better than what he's offering wake up and recognize what this looks like, and that if you were to pick a leader, you would describe this as being Duterte-esque, or, you know, a la Mussolini, or, like, take your pick. There's different elements that meet different standards, right? The good news is that he's not actively engaged in, like, mass murder, or, you know, there isn't a mass sending of people to gulag. So, you know, he's building up towards it. But this slippery slope that we're on, like, you have to push back, or we know where this ends up. And I'm getting very, very fed up with the kind of the Pollyannas and the people who want to maintain some kind of mainstream centrist. It's all going to be okay. This is in the natural range, swinging pendulum kind of politics. For people to understand that this is of a different kind, and it's not a kind that we've had in this country in living memory, and that we need to look further afield to understand what's happening. Thanks.
I think those are very wise words, and I think my takeaway from what you said is this is not politics as usual. This is not Democrat versus Republican, liberals versus conservatives. And sometimes we are so engrossed in our habitual approach to what's going on that we fail to recognize this. Thank you. Scott? Can you come back to me? Absolutely. Double.
Yeah, you have to come back to me too. Sorry, I can't talk right now.
No worries. Hurricane.
Hello, hi. So when I think about Trump's announcement about removing slavery references from the Smithsonian references, I can't help but conclude that it is one of the administration's latest examples of anti-black authoritarianism. It's not just authoritarian, it is anti-black and authoritarian, because the institution of slavery in this country affected one group, black people. And the move to remove slavery references is read together with the attack, the administration's attack against DEI policies in the workplace, which
blackface, along with the administration's attack against race-conscious affirmative action in higher education admissions, I can't help but just conclude that the administration is intent on making sure that its hostility toward black people in this country is as wide as possible. I've been to the the National Museum of African American History and Culture, and I can tell you that his claims about the museum not recognizing the progress that America has made is historically false. I will tell you briefly about the museum. I'm looking at the map right now. There are 5 floors with exhibits. The lowest floor is called Slavery and Freedom, and it covers the period 1400 to 1877. Those of us who have read a little bit about the arrival of black people in this country, they were brought here against their will, know that the first black people arrived in around 1526, not 1619 as folks often say, but 1526. Like I said, this bottom floor ends in 1877, which is where historians believe that the Reconstruction era ended. So it's called Slavery and Freedom. The floor above that is called Defending Freedom, Defining Freedom, the era of segregation, starting in 1876 and ending in 1968.
In a frightened stress state.
Era in which black people, along with other non-white groups at different points, were subjected to racial terrorism, but it's very clear that black people bore the brunt of that. But even that floor points to the future.
The United States of America.
We the people of the United States. Under the law in 1968, thereabout, 1968, passage of the Fair Housing Act. The third floor is called the Changing America from 1968 and beyond. It talks about the movement. Let's see, so there's several sections there. I'm seeing a section on cities and suburbs, a section on marches for civil rights. We go to the 4th floor. The 4th floor talks about, let's see, the 4th floor, we see it's called community galleries, and it talks about the participation of black people in sports, in the military, and above that, we see the culture gallery, which has exhibits showing the participation of black people in visual arts, in music, in theater, and in other forms of cultural expressions. So I'd say that that very top floor is devoted to black cultural productions. This museum does not paint a picture of gloom and doom. It shows that slavery was where America started, but it also makes it clear that that is not where America ended up. So to me, on X or wherever it is that you read it, Gary, it's misinformation. There's no need to remove the references to slavery. In my view, I don't think the museum I just talked about does a good enough job anyway of discussing African American history. So if the references to slavery are removed, it'll do a far less job. It won't even do as good a job as it's doing now, and I think that it could tell more. But you've got to take what you get, what you can get, and I don't think there's any defensible reason for removing the references to slavery. I just think that the right-wing arm of the United States government, which is represented by the Republican government officials we have are anti-black and authoritarian, and they want to make the best use of their time so they take us back to a period when black people were even more marginalized than we are now. That's it.
I'm beginning to wonder, based on what you just said, thank you for what I will call your testimony, okay? That some of these women's strings, remember how he ran against the deep state? Well, who's the deep state that's the puppeteer behind what Donald Trump has to say? Because based on your description, just reading the map of what that museum, which I presume is going to be the targeted museum of this audit by attorneys, we can see that the president was incorrect in his description of what is offered at the museum, which leads me to reach the, if not conclusion, the strong suspicion that Donald J. Trump has never set foot in that museum, ever. And in fact, for those of you who think that the liberally biased media are unfair to the president, I would say that our responsibility in journalism is to hold power to truth, no matter what the political ideology of the government official. And the question that I would be asking at the next gaggle of the president is, Mr. President, have you ever entered the Museum of African American History at the Smithsonian? Then how do you reach the conclusion that you do, that there's nothing uplifting, that it's all negative, and it makes this country look horrible, and we're the hottest country in the world, and that's woke, whatever the hell that means? That's a question that the press corps should be asking him. I want to know who the hell is telling him to say this. Because I am certain he has no freaking idea what you just offered to us, Hurricane. No idea whatsoever. And you know what? If my suspicions are correct, and this is going to almost sound conspiratorial, and you guys can check me on this if you disagree. Come up to the stage and tell me I've fallen into a rabbit hole here. Then this goes much deeper than just Donald Trump. And if it goes much deeper than just Donald Trump, then this whole thing, this whole idea, well, this is just Donald Trump, well, this is just the way he talks, he doesn't really mean what he's saying, etc., etc., etc. No, he's representative of a machine, a political machine that is in full gear, and when he leaves office, that machine continues. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, let me just respond quickly. So, no, you're not wrong. You're right. There is a long-term plan to roll back the civil rights gains that our country has made since 1954. The plan has several moving parts. One of those parts is a transformation of the federal judiciary so that legal challenges to the civil rights laws that we have relied on for a long time are successful when they reach the Supreme Court. I would say that's just what it is. I don't know what else to tell you.
To that point, Hurricane, I just want to point out that today I happened to be watching just before I had to set the room up a live stream on Substack with Carrie Moran, the former ABC correspondent, who is now getting a lot of attention. Image Acosta, the former CNN correspondent, with their clearly biased. And that's fine. But they're putting people on, interviewing people to promote their point of view, and which they couldn't do, so they feel unencumbered by the constraints they had when they were working for news organizations. And he had as his guest, and by the way, this is the beauty of what we do here and what Moran is doing. He didn't have a time constraint. I had time constraints, but he didn't have a time constraint in this interview. And unlike the interviews you see, maybe even those that he conducted when he was on television, where there's somebody whispering in his ear, wrap it up, ask him this, cut him off, this kind of thing. He lets his, as I just did with you, he lets his guests speak without interruption. And he has a conservative judge as his guest today. And this is what I find very interesting. This conservative judge, I guess he's retired. And I'm sorry, I can't recall the gentleman's name.
Luttig, is it Luttig? L-U-T-T-I?
I don't, it could be. It could be. That sounds familiar, but I can't say for sure. You can look it up on Substack. He expressed exactly what he's coming from a different perspective than you. He expressed exactly what you just expressed. He says that there's only one responsibility for the Supreme Court, that they're supposed to put their political ideology aside and rule on the constitutionality of the cases that come before them. And he finds it as a conservative, and I guess he's a strict constitutionalist conservative, appalling that this Supreme Court is not. We should not be having the discussion that we're having, whether the president is going to appoint a conservative or a moderate or a liberal to the bench in order to push through an agenda. It's not a political entity. It's not supposed to be a political entity, the Supreme Court. He is just appalled. And coming from him, and then hearing you echoing what he just said, is very interesting.
Oh, just two more things quick, because I know other people want to speak. The other thing that Donald Trump has done so far is expanded the power of the executive branch by sending to the Supreme Court cases that would allow the Supreme Court to give the executive branch more authority. He did that with the case concerning universal injunctions. He also did that with the case concerning immunity from criminal prosecution. The third piece is making it more difficult for the American public to access the truth about America's past and present. In order to do that, one has to control what the Smithsonian museums show. The purpose of the Smithsonian museums, if you go to the Smithsonian website, is to increase and diffuse knowledge. How is the Smithsonian able to do that? It's able to do that by maintaining all of these museums that contain these amazing exhibits that not only delight the senses of people who visit, but also inform them about important aspects of American history. By changing the narrative, by whitewashing America's history, the Trump administration will be able, if it is successful, to miseducate the American public. So that's the other piece, controlling public education to the extent possible. mission's focus, and also by changing what the Smithsonian Museum is able to show the public. So this is just another, this is part of the long-term plan. And unfortunately, Gary, I'm going to close by saying we're responsible for this. Donald Trump is here because a long time ago, Americans laid a foundation strong enough to support his ascent. And so we're going to have to fight really, really hard if we want this country to move in a different direction. And fighting hard is going to require us to look inward and be honest about what we see. I'm done.
Thank you, Ricky. We went we expanded the discussion. We didn't go astray with Hurricane, and also with Your Honor, because really what we're talking about is an expansion of the executive branch. I've never heard of a president trying to direct. And by the way, it's not just the Smithsonian. If you recall the words that he used in his True Social post, it was museums all across America, but specifically the Smithsonian he's looking at. But you gotta believe that if he's successful there, they're gonna move on to any other museum that accepts any kind of largesse from the federal government. You know, sort of like what they did with the Corporation for Public Broadcasting with regard to NPR and PBS.
Gary, you forgot those posts on True Social are called truths.
I know, isn't that weird? Thank you, Hurricane. Does this mean you're ready to go, Scott?
I'm ready to go.
Go ahead, my brother.
Thanks. Yeah, I gotta get on True Social. That's hilarious. Well, of course, I mean, the answer to this is no. Of course, these things should not be removed. It's very interesting when Trump toured the museum I don't know if somebody ever mentioned this, but when he toured it in 2017, he had a very, very different take.
He did tour it. Okay, well, Gary stands corrected.
Yeah,
Go to the African American Museum.
This was when he visited the National Museum of African American History and Culture in 2017. He had a different opinion about the discussion of slavery in the museum. This is from ABC News. In his remarks that day, he praised Bunch, the current secretary of the Smithsonian, who was then the founding director of the National Museum of American History and Culture, African American History and Culture. Trump referred to the museum as incredible, done with love, and a truly great museum. By the way, that's also what he says about the Declaration of Independence. It's a document of love and unity. He praised abolitionist figures, Sojourner Truth, Terry Tubman, and Frederick Douglass. He even recounted a story he learned about a runaway slave. He learned, this is amazing. He called the tour of the museum a meaningful reminder of why we have to fight bigotry, intolerance, and hatred in all of its very ugly forms. So, yeah, I mean, that was, at one point, apparently, he had a different take.
So let me just say, Scott, that I will correct myself and apologize for speculating, which I should probably never do. The fact checker here now, you fact checked me, and I appreciate it. But I will say this.
Gary, you can post your retraction as a truth on Truth Social.
Yeah, right. But here's the thing. Then my question to the president would be, at my next gaggle opportunity, as a member of the Washington Press Corps, which would cause me to lose my White House credentials, I'm sure, I would pull that very article, I would quote that very article, and then I would say, Mr. President, what has changed?
Yeah, that would be interesting. And then he would say, you're very nasty. Gary's very nasty. He's fake news. He's fake news up at Fox in New York. They don't even love me anymore. Fake news. We can only trust Newsmax, okay? Yeah, no, I mean, it's a bad idea. Of course, we want, look, we don't want a sort of sanitized history, right? I mean, we want, and was original sin, right? This is part of the fabric of our founding. And it's not to say that we haven't made progress. It's not to say that things have not changed. It's not to say that we aren't, that we haven't made huge strides to be a successful, thriving, multiracial democracy. But we have miles and miles to go. And I don't think sanitizing the history and sort of, I almost say whitewashing, which is literally what we'd be doing there, is helpful. And it's someone that, this is interesting. As someone who stands in a religious tradition, as part of, the people of the book, the Bible, it's got terrible texts in it, right? I mean,
I was just thinking about that. Can you imagine if the president was Pope and he would order the cardinals to go through the Bible and remove any negative references to anything that is referred to in the Bible because it's very positive, and you can't show any of the negatives. That would be a good analogy, I think.
I don't like Leviticus talking about women's periods and where you guys are the fabric. Get rid of the Bible. Right again.
This is Zana. Call me Rock Bow Bow.
We don't just excise books of the Bible. We don't excise, this is part of the tradition, and we relate to the tradition. We relate to those texts that are in certain ways as our consciousness morally and spiritually and psychologically evolves. But what does it serve? And what's interesting about this, it used to be my conservative friends that used to make this argument. It was my conservative friends who said that we can't, in the interest of political correctness, sanitize the historical record, get rid of every offensive term, and get rid of everything. And now these things, it's interesting how things change, right? You just wait around long enough, and it's now the conservatives who are embracing the most extreme forms of postmodern relativism at times. We have our own alternative facts and all this stuff. And now it's the conservatives who are embracing the sanitation of history, which they Scott, the left-wing thing to do. Scott, I think puts back up statute. Right, exactly. And the irony here, this is unreal. So, thank you, Gary. Let's continue to make this forum great again. You're a great American.
Thank you, Mr. President. Daryl. Hey, Gary.
You beat me to a couple of things. When you first asked how often our president, how often does he go into museums in general, right? And we often know that history is written and rewritten by the winners. That's we have that phrase because it's the truth. When you ask who is really pulling the strings, I agree with you because I don't think, regardless of what you might or I might think of him.
I don't think, but regardless of what you think about what I think about what people think.
Say that way, right? I do believe that there are people behind him, like Steve Bannon, Miller, that are really trying to plan for the post-Trump presidency for America. And I think a lot of this is planning for after Trump. What are our policies going to be? Who are we going to try to get elected? All of these things are for after Trump. And I agree with Your Honor. This is just an example, right? I agree with Your Honor because at some point, if everyone, just says, what can we do about it, then nothing's ever going to get done. To the previous speaker's comments about look at what's happening with the Supreme Court, he's taking all of these things to the Supreme Court to set precedents for future arguments. If it were, not trying to derail the topic, but if it were me, the Dems need to stop trying to play by the rules when there are no rules anymore. And we're seeing this because we're literally seeing the military policing on the streets of the capital. The capital of the country has the military policing citizens, of course, in conjunction with federal agencies. I think if the Dems can get someone in that seat, they need to think about restructuring the Supreme Court, even if it means adding numbers, and be willing to do something that says we are willing to fight back. I'm not from California. I am following Gavin Newsom because it seems like he's willing to punch back, not just argue back, not have these Aristotelian conversations about what we're going to do, but if someone punches you in the face, I'm from New York City, someone punches you in the face, you punch them in the face back. And that's the only way we're going to change this. Because trying to rewrite history is easy if everyone just sits back and says, okay, we have an entire generation of voters now who have no working memory of 9/11. They hear about 9/11, but that's their parents' story. They hear about 9/11, but they weren't there, and yet it's now this past history event that does not impact them emotionally or even politically. Something needs to be done about this, and I agree with you. I don't think I would have said, before Scott said what he said, I would have thought he had no idea as to what this museum is. The Smithsonian was, I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe it was actually established by Congress, right? The only thing you can really do is have some of the more private museums like the Met and some of these other museums around the country really have to start pushing back, even if it means not taking federal funding if they're going to be controlled by the federal government. That's all I have to say.
I think that Scott's correction of my assumption is more damning of all of this than my initial assumption. So, I was almost giving him an out, but in fact, he's on the record as being embracive of the African American Museum specifically, and then today he wants removal from the Smithsonian the very references that are part of the charge of the African American Museum. For sure, somebody is telling him what to do. And that's the scary part, right? So it scares the bejeebers. It should scare the bejeebers out of all of us. And I think we're a little bit ahead of the curve on that here in the Critical Thinking Forum than general society. But I think we are. I think we are correct in, now when I say we, I'm speaking for me and Scott and you and, many other people, but maybe not everybody. And I'm happy to hear, a different point of view. But I think just the fact that we're just discussing this, exploring it, we're ahead of the curve because we don't see this explored elsewhere. And if we do, I need to know about it because I'm not seeing it. And as you know, I do a lot of reading, both off the job and on the job. And I'm not really seeing this particular angle of what's going on discussed. Maybe others are doing it, but I haven't seen it. Thank you, Daryl. Meryl.
Well, I think I've been under Trump for a long time. I have not liked Trump for a long time. The first Trump term was the goal was to have a lawless presidency. That's where Bill Barr came in, a lawless presidency. Well, he's achieved that. He achieved that. Now it is to be the most powerful, to be a dictator, to be, and it is designed to dumb us down. You take away our ability to learn history, we become dumber. If you take away our ability to have empathy, that it's so much easier for him to come and tell us to do anything, something that's racist, something that's anti-Semitic, something that is anti-anything. Forget the woke stuff. It is all anti-anything that he doesn't like. If he doesn't like it, then we are going to not like it. Our children aren't going to like it. Our children aren't going to learn about it. And when you mentioned the Holocaust in Germany took the concentration camps, some of the concentration camps, and they made them into museums so that you could go and you could see the most atrocious things that were done, most inhuman things that were done, because they don't want you to forget something that was the biggest, most horrible thing that their nation did, that happened in their country. And that's not going to happen here. We have had book bannings since Trump became president. Would ban books, and you can't read books by black authors that we used to read books about. That you and I read books in high school. Some of it was required reading. You can't read those books today. But the biggest thing I feel about is that it is so much easier if you dumb everybody down, if you take everything away from them that they can learn, and learn something that's oppositional to what you want them to learn. This is so much easier. And Trump, and by the way, I'll probably, Anson's not here anymore, so maybe I can say this and he's not going to get mad at me. Trump is a racist, and I don't think we should pretend that he's not. I don't think we should pretend about what he and his father was in the Ku Klux Klan. I don't think we should pretend that what he and his father did regarding rentals and the federal government coming after them twice. I don't think we should forget that. I don't think we should forget. I don't think we should forget who he tried to appeal to. The voters that he tried to appeal to when he came to them and he talked and said, bring it out in the open. Bring all your prejudices out in the open. He did that, and he opened up something where people used to sit around in the bar at night or sit around at their table at night. They came out now, and I think that I have to keep going back to what Aaron said and what Scott is saying, you're saying, and I do think it is all about taking away the ability to learn something that's happened in our history, something that was horrible and that we should feel shame about. We should feel bad. And it teaches our children empathy. Just like you can read Anne Frank to your children, read the children's version of it, and they will feel bad. They will feel an empathy about Jewish people and about what can be done. And that's what we need to do. We should never. You talked about the 4 little girls that were killed in that church. Do you know nobody went and tried to prosecute the people that did that? Not until, I think, 20 years ago, 15 years ago. There was a white Democrat, a lawyer, who said, we need to do this, and went after them, decided to prosecute them. All I can say is this is a presidency that is designed to become a dictatorship. It is designed to make us, we're not going to get good press anymore. We'll get leaks. We're not going to be able to have really good investigative reporting because he's trying to smother that. We can't have television stations that are going to report things that might be more earnest, that he doesn't want us to learn. But I think absolutely, going to the Smithsonian, you're whitewashing history. You're taking away something that we should learn. And if we're dumb, he can tell us anything he wants. And you mentioned the Civil War, by the way. Well, we're having ships named after treasonists, ships that were named after black heroes. We're having, again, we are rewriting history. Thank you.
Thank you, Meryl. Yeah, I know the movement it's interesting, the movement to remove the Confederate statues was really opposed by the MAGA folks because it's part of American history. And whether you agree or disagree with what those Confederate figures did, it's part of our history, and we cannot ignore our history and don't remove them. They were significant figures in U.S. history, and so you should not be taking them down. And these are the same people who are saying remove references to slavery while putting those, reassembling and re-erecting those very statues that had been removed correctly or incorrectly in the first place. So there's a definite hypocrisy there, Meryl.
Preserve them. Give them a museum. Put them in a museum and people can go and see them just like you can go. Should have been able to go to the Smithsonian and learn history. I have no problem with them being preserved. I have a problem with them being history being rewritten about them. I have a problem with you taking military bases or places that were named after people that weren't treasonous and now renaming them again, going back. Those are the things. Revere them in a museum where people can go and they can revere them, they can see them, they can learn about them. Thank you.
Or learn not to revere them. But, right. Thank you, Meryl. But it's just so interesting, the hypocrisy there. David, and by the way, we are now at the 6:02 Eastern Time. We will no longer be inviting folks onto the stage, but we are officially into extra time, so everyone on the stage, time permitting, will get the opportunity to speak. David.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a slight correction to what you said. They didn't say history, they said heritage. That's what they were doing part of their heritage, which was the awkward thing they made. You know, they hear people, some people say that the Confederate statue represents their heritage. Okay. Oh, you want to run around saying flags in your car and do all that kind of stuff. You can do that. But nobody's getting rid of these statues or just putting them in the museum or putting them in the context of history. You know, that was something I thought was the perfect thing to do. That's where it needs to be at. Maybe there are a few people that wanted to erase them all together, but most people, I think, understood that they should be in the museum. So in that regard, that's what they should be at, right? And we can look at that from history. But on to, sort of a bigger topic here. I think it's easy. Everybody's going to say no, right? Well, I have to say this. I was raised in a household where my parents always told me that, you cannot depend on the school system. You cannot depend on the government or any
Cool pothole collisions. I mean,
tell you all of your history. So they were always.
is that how you found me? I mean, keywords with regards to Bitcoin, etc. Was it a Clubhouse video? Probably
my
was.
history as an African American, and then the history.
It's true. A lot of people want to peg
crypto
to gold.
Across Africa and all those areas.
I know Peter Schiff has a project like that.
Where most slaves came from.
I'm about to troll this room and do a southern accent and pretend my name is Adon.
This is a bad thing.
See how people respond to me with southern accent.
A lot of black families in America.
Hi, Gary.
Be prepared to know you're not going to get everything.
My name is Adon. You can call me Rocky Balboa.
Yeah, but David, that's great. Let's just say that the entire black community has been organically educated. It's not that community that needs to learn. There are other communities that need to know about these things, obviously.
Yes, there are other communities. Yeah, I get that aspect of other communities. But just from the standpoint, I'm not shocked at the different attempts of people to try to remove things or try to switch the Smithsonian. I was even looking at the Museum of African Dysphoria in San Francisco to see how much money it was getting from the government, right, versus how much it was getting privately, how much you need to fill that out, right, for other people.
So should I do? I'm going to defend Trump with my southern accent, but what would be funny is also to pretend to be like a deranged, liberal, unhinged, deranged, do a TDS.
And her
from educated.
I'm accidentally
You call
perturbed.
California to make sure that they correct it.
This is an attack on our freedoms as the museum going public.
Proclamation, because he wanted to make sure that people knew that he didn't intend to do it in the South, right? That you needed to know the whole truth, of how that came about, right? And to do that. And they fought for things like even with museums, they fought against having Egypt being placed in a different area to the rest of Africa, right? So they were constantly fighting in these areas to make sure that history and different aspects of history were being told in the way in which they truly were. So I think it just takes a broader number of people to get out there to make sure and educate, and especially in a country at this point where our government is very focused on individual states' rights, right? We have an opportunity in California, which may be easier than and some people in other states aren't going to have that opportunity, but we do have an opportunity in some of these states to really push to make sure that we enshrine in our own states the ability for people to have access to different things that they need to do to learn about history. In the case of this president, we're going to have to ride this out. Right? We don't have much to do. We're going to have to ride it out, right? But what we can do is we can use our collective selves to push, whether it's to push out the president, since it's Stephen Miller and some other people speaking into his ear, and he's all of a sudden changed his tune from where he was in the first term, all those different things, whether he really cared or not. That's about the best thing that we can do at this moment. Right? That's going to be our collective energy is going to be able to do that. And also, what I want to say to other people who need to learn, right? We still have the answer to that. We still have the ability to teach other people themselves. Because you might have to rely on that too, right? In the old days, I just want to use a bit of history. In the old days, the Chicago Defender, right, which was a African American newspaper from Chicago.
I know the Chicago Defender.
Yeah, you know that. Yeah, they used to sneak that into the South, right, for people to be able to read back in the day because they weren't supposed to be reading, right? So they used to go down and sneak that in there for people to get access to it. We aren't to sneak anymore, right? So we have let's say, another way of fighting is that we have tons of ways, tons of avenues to be able to make sure that people are still going to be educated on the subject matter. But in terms of what's going on with the Smithsonian, I just think it takes a collective group of people to be able to fight that particular issue. And at the same time, there's some aspects of this which is going to ride out a few more years, and then we'll be able to fully deal with it and address with as much as we can afterwards. So that's what I'm going to say. But this is not unexpected.
Thank you, David. And we will now go. And by the way, I don't know whether writing it out really works, given that I believe that there's a long-term plan, but maybe you'll get lucky. Glenn Alley.
Hey, thank you for letting me come up. I will say that one of the things where I think why Trump is doing what he's doing with the Smithsonian and being a little bit more on point with the racism this time around is because you really don't need black people anymore. He doesn't need to feign like he's not racist. He can let that just go. So, like a lot of the stuff before, I used to tell people all the time, he's doing things that are more so a show to make it seem like he cares about black people. Like, pardoning Jack Johnson, giving a pardon to Kodak Black, just random little things that are, that are more of a more symbolic than actual equality is what Trump was doing the first time. So now that he's in there a second time, he knows he can't get elected for a third term. He doesn't have to do that anymore. He can just let go and go for like that base that he already knew that he had. So like I think that's one thing that's going on. And I know somebody like mentioned earlier about, kind of like the ties behind it, who's pulling the strings. When you talk about things like the Confederate statues and whatnot, if you go and look at them, a lot of them aren't traced straight back to the Confederacy. A lot of them were built by, organizations like the Daughters of the Confederacy or like the Children of the Confederacy. A lot of them came about in around 1915 to, I think I want to say it's from around 1890 to 1920 is when a lot of them got put up. And that was when there's also a giant boom in the Ku Klux Klan, which was also tied in with that. So there's a lot of like built-in systemic racism that has to do with like the statues and whatnot. And yeah, like Trump is just like, he's just going back to his most base natural instincts right now.
because he doesn't have to appeal to us anymore. And like, there's no more races to win. That's what I think, honestly. That's my little piece.
Thank you, Glenn. David. And Stan, we're not going to get to you. You came up too late. Sorry, pal. Go ahead and write what you wanted to say in the chat above. David.
How's everybody doing?
All is well that ends well. So we'll see how the show ends.
Trump has a war room of people.
I'm sure you have something very insightful, but we can't hear what you're saying. I'll give you an opportunity to fix that and come back to you, David. Chris.
Hey, Gary. Today I'm oops, David. Hey, David.
I just muted him because he's not making the trip. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, okay. You were lagging out, but he said he'll come right back to you. Okay, thank you. Not a problem. Oh, Gary, today I'm not happy because obviously the title, and it's not your fault about the title being bad. It's the fact that we shouldn't have to have that conversation. And I'll keep putting it into the chat, and I'll keep saying it on this stage. This is just another one of those good old diversions to get us back off the Epstein's. And he's doing really good because now he's starting to weigh on people's heartstrings. And that's just going to give him, what, maybe 3 more weeks of this, or maybe 2 more weeks of this before Congress gets back in office. So, I mean, he's just going to keep trying to hammer it on us until we no longer care about it. Or, what's up, brother? Until we actually just move completely past the Epstein files. And these things do matter. I'm not saying they don't. He's actively trying to harm this country for whoever, as you guys have already broken down, whoever is pulling his strings. 1 year he says this, he gets back elected, he comes back, he's saying new things. The new things aren't old things from him. This is the same man that took out a whole page article on the Central 5 boys who he said deserved life in prison and all the bad things that happened to them over a lie. So it's not far-fetched that he would say these things or do these type of things. But it is very obvious that he wants us to get off the main topic, which is who and why are you in the Epstein files? Who else is in those Epstein files? Who's else in charge of more important things than Donald Trump that is in those Epstein files and will be exposed if they came out? Again, I don't want to move this conversation away from this topic, but I want to continue to regurgitate and re-spit out every single chance I can when we have these topics. And he's just trying to further move the ball down the field. Yes, this is negative. This is extremely bad. I go to the African American Museum at least once a year, and it's a great place to be. It's a great place to learn. It's a great place to understand the dynamics of what slavery not only did to a culture of people, or excuse me, an ethnic group of people, and that would be black people, and actually what it did culturally to white people. The urge and the ability to give them, and I speak of them as Caucasian people, the urge and the ability to give them the sense of well-being and power that was held over black people's head for 400 years. It is something that all white people need to see. Even if they have a racist bone in their body and they still don't walk out there with a changed mind, it should be something we all find ourselves needing to learn about. And it's just bigger than slavery. It's about learning black culture as a whole. I think if we spoke more as a people and less, dialogue and analysis, and actually have real conversations, we'll realize we're way closer than we expect. We have the same issue. We have the same crazy uncles. We have the same crazy mother, or the nice sweet mother, or we have the dad that was there or was not there. These things aren't one side or the other. That is just who we are as a people. And what he wants to further do is push us away from realizing that we are really closer than what people think. He wants it to be an authoritarian, so he also needs it to look like we're better than you and you. This isn't just about black people. This happened to Hispanic people. He did the same with Hispanics. They're all criminals. They're all rapists. It's all about making the purity of the white skin again. And I hate that it's that way, because when it comes down to it, and this might be I want to say controversial because it's really just facts. white people voted this in. Maybe they didn't see it coming down this hard or down this line or this pathway, but some of us did, and it did not take a race to see it. It was because some of the things he priorly did actually shown, hey, he could take it too far, and it won't be good for the country, not just the race, but the country. Hey, Marshall, could you go on mute, please? Thank you.
Thank
So,
you, Chris.
I was going to say, I'm going to land here. I was going to say, and I was going to land here. My biggest thing isn't, hey, he's taking out more history out of museums, which he is. And I agree with Scott, or it was your honor, I believe. And we as the people will have to find our backbone and fight. I do agree there. But what I also want people to realize is we're going to keep getting further and further away from the Epstein files the closer and closer we get to Congress getting back in office. And to me, that should be what we pay attention to, because he's just going to try to get us off of it while doing the craziest shit possible, so we no longer think of it as important. And that's scary because now we're protecting pedophiles instead of following up on it, because the man in charge told us, excuse me.
No, I'm a moderator.
I never said he was a pedophile. I never said he was a pedophile. I said he's protecting pedophiles. Hold on, wait, guys.
All right, so wait a minute, hold on, everybody stop for a second, please.
Go for it, Gary.
Okay, Odienware, you're not a moderator. So, it's not for you to judge how the room is run. Let Chris respond to Marshall, and then we'll let Marshall,
I'm not gonna go back and forth. I'm gonna say what I'm saying, get off this stage. I was stating, yeah, he is protecting pedophiles. I never said Donald Trump was. We know that we don't have anybody else in jail other than the dead Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Those weren't the people that were paying for him, making sure he had all the money. Hey, could you shut up? Man, could you just stop? Because he could release the files he currently has, and we could have figured out who the pedophile was. So, hey, Marshall, you know, hey, Gary, thank you. Gary, thank you for letting me speak, Gary. Thank you for letting me speak, Gary. I hate to be interrupted by Marshall when I'm making a good point, because he does that when you make good points in this space, and I don't want to go back and forth with him and take Marshall, can I please say my goodbyes to Gary? This is weird. This is weird.
simply don't know that he is, or he
It's
isn't.
weird. Now you're fighting against it. Now you're fighting against it. Gary, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Pedo accusation?
Until we get the files, Marshall, the pedo conversation is going to get live. Until we get the files, with all detailed files in it, we're going to keep live in the pedo on Donald Trump for protection. Because he has the ability to release it, and he removed it.
It's not convincing.
And that's what I just said. So fine. So be quiet and let me finish. Because you're weird. Be quiet and let me finish. Gary, thank you for the time, as always. And I would like to move on by saying we just need to keep our eye on the ball. Because when we don't keep our eye on the ball, people like Marshall will keep trying to push us away from it. So we don't find out what's going on. Because we're going to find out eventually that the people are in
I can't understand, and probably nobody else can, or neither do you say.
I have the floor. You should be quiet while I have the floor.
Okay.
I'm getting off the stage.
Okay, Chris, thank you.
Okay, like I said,
I can't understand, and I'm
he
sure
does that
if I
every time I
can't,
get to talk, Gary.
okay.
More than less than I get up to talk, he steps on my conversation as if I said something directly to him. That's weird. Take your time when you get it, Marshall. You would be next. You're the next moderator on stage. You've been gone the whole time. Now, the moment you get on stage, you want to speak. Be quiet.
I think that if Chris and Marshall have to work this out.
I don't want to work this out with Marshall. I don't know him. This is weird. I don't like it.
All right, if you
Like being touched by
guys
somebody you
want to
don't
have
like.
this discussion,
I
have
don't.
it off the stage. We're
I don't.
having it. You're
I
having
don't.
it.
I'm telling you.
But you are having it.
I'm asking you, Gary, to please tell him to stop talking.
I am trying to regain control of the
Yes, sir.
room.
Go ahead.
And you're not cooperating either.
I
So,
don't give my submission now. Go ahead.
okay, you got your stuff in, man.
I was actually almost done. I was not finished until I was interrupted by Marshall that wanted to.
Well,
Beautiful.
see, there's a
You
problem.
got it, Gary. You got it, Gary.
You got this, Gary. Marshall's a fucking punk little bitch.
I just understand now when I get to getting too close to what he does not like, he gets to interrupt me and throw me completely off. And since you allowed him on the
Hi
stage,
Gary, this is
he gets to
Adom.
speak, and I don't.
It
I'm
doesn't
new to
have anything to
Clubhouse.
do with that.
Probably
Pedophile is a
Charleston.
legal criminal accusation. If you are going to accuse somebody in a legal crime,
I never said he was a pedophile. I never said he was a pedophile. I never said. No, I said he did not give the documentation, which. I said he did not give the documentation, which
Okay,
exposed
okay,
the
let
pedophile.
me clear up the confusion, because I think there's a discussion here based on something that wasn't said. And then we're gonna move on, because we're not talking about Epstein today.
I wasn't trying to.
I don't know whether you were or you weren't, and I'm not making accusations, but I want to clear up what it just occurred so we can get back on track. So Chris, and he stated this in text before he came up to speak in the chat, that he believes that the president is raising all these various issues, including in the context of today's discussion, the Smithsonian Institution, and to wipe out any references to slavery. Not that he isn't serious about it, but he believes, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, that the timing of this is designed as the timing of many things that are going on right now to divert the public's attention away from the Epstein files. Is that a correct summation of your point, Chris?
No, Gary, you're about right. Like I said, I want people to realize that all this stuff does matter. We don't want to see the slavery exhibits out of any museum disappear, but I also want people to realize that we've been going down a big hill of bullshit, and it's only because they gave Congress 5 weeks to get out of the Epstein votes. And we need to continue to remember this, because in 3 weeks we'll be back in Congress, and we need to have that information out and find out what really is going on in our country. Some of the people in that actual Epstein list could be people in charge of what happens in our country, and we need to get them out here, because they're dictating things that we don't know if it's good for the betterment of themselves or it's just to push it all under the rug. But we do need to figure that out as soon as possible. And I'll land. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, I don't want to get into a discussion about Epstein, but I will say that Congress will be receiving supposedly, and this is Gary's word, supposedly, the Epstein files on Friday. And Congress has said, whoever in Congress is responsible for this, that they will be released redacted in order to protect the victims. I'm concerned that maybe they're not getting all the files, or that what's released will be redacted to conceal the names of the perpetrators that you so strongly want to see, as do I, Chris.
Which is also my fear, but we're going to have to get something to start this progress.
Right. But again, maybe Friday or maybe later, for sure, we'll be back onto the Epstein story. He can't shake me off that story, don't worry. Marshall, did you want to speak to the issue at hand, the whitewashing of slavery? Yeah.
Oh, I don't agree with that stuff at all. I am a very big fan of tell the history, the whole history, the good, the bad, the ugly, and everything in between. You lay it out for everybody to see. You make it to make their own minds up. You don't cover anything. You don't sugarcoat anything. You don't try to twist people's minds. You just tell the damn story. And if you tell the damn story, you have both the good and the bad and the ugly about our country. And you have the future piece of our country, which I think is very important. I am very committed to the complete telling of the American story, and that includes things like Jim Crow and the post-Reconstruction effort in the South and how that shaped the modern United States. We don't get to, and we shouldn't sugarcoat those things. I will say there is a way to parades the history of your country so that you tell the whole truth and you can be proud of where you've gotten while still understanding there is much, 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 much farther to go, right? That we should be proud of where we have gotten to, but we shouldn't sit on our laurels and say that's the way we should operate. But overall, tell the truth. Not my truth, not your truth, not Chris's truth, the truth. And that means you say the good, the bad, the ugly. You make sure people know that part of the reason the Second Amendment was argued about in the South was because of the slave revolt in Haiti. And then at the convention, these folks argued, Southern planters argued for it as a way to execute possible slaves. Right? You tell the whole story, not just part of the story. And I think if you tell the whole story, the United States is something quite beautiful.
Oh, that's lovely.
We're not where we need to be. We're not where we should be. But we seem to keep chugging along at that goal. And I think that is incredibly important. And I don't think you can get to that with some sort of mythologized idea where you have to know the bad things we did along the way that really messed stuff up. And so I'm a huge believer that when, for example, there's a National Lynching Museum in Alabama, and the idea of walking through the museum is that you're supposed to be bawling when you come out of it, like a child, like a baby that got their head pumped. You're supposed to cry, and because the history is so devastating, so sad, so evil that it was inflicted. But it like brings you to this place where you understand that we don't give Congress fiscal advice. So we don't give Congress fiscal advice. Boiling it down to something. They take what they do as a given and we put it in our models or our assessment of the economy. So I wouldn't want to speculate on that. I think we do know that they did. We don't give Congress fiscal advice.
I remain steadfast in my commitment to the
future terrorist anyway. Doing the service to our government, doing the service to folks who don't look like me, right? Like I mean, Gary, you've been to McAllen before. It's 20% Hispanic. If we don't act like we tell the history, those folks get left on the wayside. That's not fair. It's not an accurate story of what happened. You don't have to make their mouth just like several bad things, the worst things to do for complicated smallholders. But reflecting on what we've done is critical. If we don't, we're never going to be able to improve anything or learn anything. And I'm personally, like history, very disturbed that most Americans live about 100 years of history in their head. It's not benefit the long-term health of the country, and gives people treatment points of view, which end up helping tactics and racism in our country. That's something we should all fight against deeply. So that might have been impassioned and long, but I hope it made sense.
No, that might be.
I know that there are a lot of people trying to get on stage, and I appreciate the response, but I cannot add anybody more to the stage. We're into extra time now, but feel free to click on the link above and join the chat and make your feelings known there. David, have you fixed your audio issues?
I think so.
Sounds like it.
No, this has been a great room. I wish I had some positive to say, but what I was saying before I was cut off was that Donald Trump has a team of somebody, whoever, like comes out with a new agenda every day. And I don't know, maybe because of the Epstein situation, he's bringing the full force of the shock and all the chant thing since he got elected. But this is really bad for the country, symbolically and emblematically. Matthew Gehring British War Museum, and the British government decided to bury the Holocaust with the instruments of war. And, I wasn't the same after that. Now, granted, I wasn't ground zero like Auschwitz or a major concentration center like that, where I was viewing what happened there, but it was pretty impactful. And I would say for little children, that would be quite scarring, and how to explain that to little children, that this could happen to humanity. Well, I think America has waded into the history of a similar atrocity in different form. The manacling and the trafficking of over 15 million plus West Africans. Imagine the Chinese coming over here and raiding the coastline of California and taking us back to China to work. What kind of impact that would have on our culture? And so I don't think we've done enough. This flipping of the Smithsonian. I mean, how many people have an opportunity to go to Washington and see, let alone go to the Smithsonian and see the various things that Hurricane outlaid in our museum there? Since then, most Americans are getting their black culture through hip hop, through popular culture, through the news, through the marches, through the reactions to police violence in this country. And that's obviously being framed in ways that appear to be radical and deep state and every other way. And so without an historical analysis, there's going to continue to be an amnesia of how horrific the crimes of slavery were and how complicit white America was in that venture. And I can go down century after century and how the legacy of that institution has come to haunt us and continues to haunt us. And this is along the lines of the disrespect that the Latino community's experienced with regards to ICE and immigration policies. This is and this is nothing more than going after and putting in play the 2025 Project 2025. And people are absolutely right. These are people coming to Trump with this agenda and asking Trump to go to the bully pulpit and implement these bad ideas on behalf of, obviously, a certain sector of this country, which is particularly white America. And I understand it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant to talk about, maiming and owning another human being and how economically viable and beneficial that was in this country, any more than it is to talk about the railroading and the wiping out of the liquidation of the indigenous population who occupied this land. But it has to be talked about. I remember I hosted an Australian buddy to come out and visit me from England. He just couldn't comprehend an English-speaking country with all the signage in Spanish. And I had to give him a little history lesson about this country was created. And it was a very telling moment because we're driving down the streets of, say, Lincoln and Washington, and yet running into streets called Pico and Sepulveda, which were former governors and landholders of this beautiful city of Los Angeles. But if you don't understand where the names come from and the history and why people are who they are, you're disrespecting them and you're diminishing their contribution to this country. And we all own in the success of America. One of the great historians of this country, many have not heard of, wrote a book called The Counter-Revolution of 1776, and he talks about how the slaveocracy, the Revolutionary War was fought to maintain the economic institution of slavery. And we see that very telling in the fact that 20,000 plus slaves fought on the side of the crown. And there's a great book out called Tom Red and the Crown. Talks about that the slaves did not feel that their future was secure in this new government. So we pick that apart. How do we understand those early beginnings, let alone the Civil War that was fought? I did some research before I got on the stage, and I wanted to understand how valuable a slave was to the slaveholders. And according to the chat, the AI came back and said a male slave was worth about $1,800 in 1860. And when I extrapolated that out to today's dollars, it's about $70,000 US. So you multiply that out by the number of those of dollars that basically walked off the plantation and became free overnight without compensation to the slaveholder. Well, when the British, when the UK got rid of their slavery, they made every slaveholder, from what I can understand, whole based upon the cost of that. Well, when you don't do that, Gary, when you create a war and then you say everybody's free after that, and you don't compensate the victims of the crime or of the institution, you're going to sow the underpinnings of the KKK, the rejection of the Reconstruction era, the creation of Jim Crow laws, and everything else that's come after the fact. Everything else that's haunted this country since day one of the emancipation.
I'm sure you, I was going to say, I'm sure you didn't mean it this way, but it kind of sounded like what you said is that we're like, we irreparably harmed ourselves. Am I misunderstanding you? I just want to make sure I'm tracking.
Well, explain what just how you heard what I said.
Marshall causes all kinds of fucking hate.
I'm saying.
Everywhere Marshall goes, he causes fights.
Just as in the Haitian Revolution, Haiti was forced to pay back reparations for their independence.
So what I was going to ask,
the British, I'm saying, it created hostilities that are still haunting us to this day.
In my opinion, that what I was trying to ask, are we saying that the American project was solely founded on taking advantage of somebody that didn't look like us? Or are we saying that's a facet of that? I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Well, it was an industry backed by banking, backed by insurance, backed by shipping, backed by landholding. And it was tied to all to the whole economy of the South and almost to the North until it was eradicated. And so when you upended them economically, that's a lot of pissed off folks. And you're not sending a DEI training to make them understand, hey, you enslaved an actual human being here. This is an actual person that you own that we thought died. You know, it's very important to educate that person, that slaveholder, and that system of what just happened, right? And so everything that we've done since forth, it's been a fight to get freedoms and rights that should have been afforded day one. But they weren't afforded day one. And to reference Hurricane's comments, the architecture in place to dismantle the Civil Rights Laws, the Voting Rights Act, the Supreme Court that's going after a lot of other different rights. Hillary Clinton just came out on the record mentioning that gay marriage may also be eviscerated by this court, and that's not guaranteed.
Yes, but there is a federal law passed in 2022 by a Democratic Congress and a Democratic president that solidified in the federal law the ability for gay couples to get married, as well as trans couples.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. But she did say that. She did say that she believes that they're going to go after the gay rights law the same way they went after voting rights and making it safe. That's what her. Yeah, no, my point was that the federal Congress is already taking care of it. It's not being passed as a state issue. It's the federal Congress and then signed by Joe Biden.
So many lazy, going to remove
people to get married.
It's fake news clickbait. No. Smithsonian has not removed references to slavery. It's recent searches show Trump's
Ramp you up, David, because it's 6:39, and I've got to drop dead time of 7 o'clock.
Oh, no, you got to catch the train. All right.
Right, so let's go quickly now to an update.
Hi Gary, this is the first time I've been on your stage. Just re-downloaded the app. I haven't been on since Trump became president. And I want to say I'm kind of disappointed. There's a lot of Trump derangement syndrome and American derangement syndrome from a lot of the speakers in the room today. I asked Grok, is the Smithsonian Museum going to remove references to slavery? Is this fake news clickbait? Excuse me, do not interrupt me, young man. No, the Smithsonian has not announced plans to remove references to slavery.
Gary, just so you know, that's Congressman John. I know who
wants to sound funny, but did you get that recorded? So you can put it on your YouTube? I know that's what that was. It was performance for YouTube. Alan?
Gary, first of all, I do have Congressman, or the candidate Kitover, on recording saying he is for the impeachment of Donald Trump. Let's make this very clear. Kitover wants Donald Trump impeached. Anybody who is running against him should let that go. Number two, my room at 7 this evening Eastern, we will talk about what can we live without that is being spent by the federal government right now. Number three, absolutely insane that the Smithsonian would be attacked by the president. And when the hell are the Republicans going to get their head out of their ass and impeach the son of a bitch, Donald Trump? Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I think that the problem for those who are concerned about what's
Fucking Marshall, stinking Rankin. What a fucking, he's a tornado wherever he goes. Fucking meth mouth, ugly motherfucking stupid motherfucker. I would have gotten through with it if Marshall doesn't know my voice recognition. It's so annoying. It's very annoying. That was a good impersonation, but they couldn't detect me. It's very difficult to obfuscate your voice because of the pattern. Fucking banging on Marshall Rankin's head all the time. Boom, 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 Marshall, 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 Marshall.
So that we can all learn
Fucking
from it.
Marshall.
I do believe that each and every time we look at the history, there's some parts of pride in anyone.
We were gonna go into JB's room, but it ended.
In his voters that he wants to bring to him and tries to bring to him. And more important, the money is that I'm still in Gaza.
Shlomi, so I do hear from other hostages that they feel that Netanyahu didn't make a priority of bringing them home. Do you feel differently? Do you think that Bibi Netanyahu cares about the hostages and has made it a
Okay,
priority?
I'm gonna restart the live. That's a cut.
I think yes, because if it wasn't a priority, it would
Go to
say-
johnforcongress.com, make your donation now. Click the blog, click the link to Antidote. Thank you all for joining us yet again.
And they say we're gonna come to Gaza. We lost 1,200 people in one day. Okay, we're gonna sacrifice another 250, but this time we're gonna end Hamas, delete Gaza, and that's it.
You're not at all concerned about this plan to take over Gaza City, knowing a lot of the hostages are there?
I was concerned inside of Gaza, but of that.
So,
Of course I'm concerned. Everybody is concerned for them. Everybody.
so this is Bibi's plan. Why do you support Bibi if he's doing this to the hostages?
I'm not supporting Bibi. What did you say? I'm supporting Bibi.
You said we have to support him during the war.
I support Bibi. Proudly. Proudly.
Thank you for sharing, Harry.
Yeah,
Do you-
proudly,
do you
because
feel-
everyone wants to say they don't support. I support Bibi proudly, and you know what? For you to compare it to Hamas is absolutely disgusting. Actually, for you to do that, to put them on the
We
same
get it,
level
it's
is insane.
disgusting. I'm a capo, I'm an
No,
Nazi.
Buttercup, don't play the victim card in the victim game because I'm coming after you. Because you know what you said was bad. You know what you said was bad. I don't know if you do it on purpose or like you really, really do mean it. I really don't know. Or you're just trying to be that person that stirs the pot. I think you might be that person. I really want to give the benefit of the doubt to you, but I don't know. Just don't know. I mean, it like what Shlomi just said. That story is. Go ahead. What did you say, Shlomi?
I didn't say I support Bibi. I support the country. And if you ask me if I could for changing Bibi, I don't see anyone else that can do something better than what he's doing. And that's why I'm telling you, don't go and see the Israeli media, because the Israeli media is the Israeli media. But people are forgetting that during these 2 years, Bibi did a lot of good things for this country, saved us from a lot of horrors and enemies that are coming to consume us and eat us from everywhere, every direction. He freed me, he signed for my operation, he signed for Luis and the other guy operation, he signed for another operation in the start of the war. He released 200 hostages. Yeah, I know that some of them
In the beginning.
died in the beginning and in the last couple of months, no, the last 7 months. There was a deal in the last half a year already. And
most hostages that they can, and that's the way I see it. Because if not, and if he didn't kill, like I said, he will do in the 8th of October what I said, and that's it.
Wow, he did a lot for the hostages, Shlomi, if you really think about it. People are like not giving him the credit where it's due. You know, it's crazy to me. I really think it's crazy.
You know, if the Red Cross and the world and the governments came together on October 8th and everybody stopped and demanded a return of the hostages would have all been back on October 8th. But you have seen from the very onslaught, the 6:30 in the morning on October 7th, well, 6:30 my time, I don't know, but from the onslaught, you have seen opposition to Israel, even as Israelis were being murdered and their blood was spilled all over the country. You see people celebrating and calling for a free Palestine. Well, I mean, it's just insane to me. But oh yeah, but if the world was serious about having the hostages come home, and if they had acted on October 8th, we wouldn't be here. And so I think a lot of people are, Bibi didn't do this, Bibi didn't do that, the Israeli government didn't do this, ceasefire talks, Qatar, blah, 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 blah. Where was the action immediately after? Like everybody, from the get-go, it was a denial. It was a denial of the sexual violence and the rape and as a tool of war. I mean, it just from the get-go, there was a denial. So I also put a lot of blame and a lot of responsibility on the failure of the quote-unquote first world, the Western world, the liberal world, the one that we say has democracy and all these values, blah, 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 blah. I think it's bullshit because I think the UN was in Gaza. The Red Cross was there already. It's not like they had to come in from outside. They were already fucking there. They were already there. I don't know. I think you guys tend, or people in Buttercup tend to focus in on Bibi and the Israeli government, and there's a lot of responsibility here. A lot.
So I really think we need to have more love for each other and more tolerance of diverse points of view within the Jewish diaspora community, Yael. And I hope that, you know, in my community, we try to tolerate. We understand people are very emotional about the situation in Israel, and I think we could be a little more tolerant of people who have different opinions. You know, it's to be slandered by it really hurts.
Are you talking about yourself right now?
Yeah, to hear you guys slander me for hours and hours. All I did is I just want to engage with you.
Right now, I just did this whole monologue and brought home, and the first thing you do is like, wow, you really hurt my feelings, and you have to make more compassionate with it. What the fuck is wrong with you?
The Jews need to come together and be kind to each other. Be kind to each other. Be kind. Jews are strong when they're kind to and loving to each other.
Buttercup, I'm not playing the game. Stop censoring yourself. I'm not playing this game.
Jews are kind when they're kind to each other.
Buttercup, can you recite the Shema Yisrael? Can you recite the whole prayer?
Harry, you know what Kol Nidre is. Don't tell me. Don't.
I know perfectly, but you're the one that said it sounded like Kol Nidre, not me.
You've never heard
You said the Shema
You've never
Yisrael.
heard of like the Jewish prayers. Don't quiz me on my Jewishness.
I haven't. Yeah, I actually have. I've heard many Jewish prayers before.
Mazel
Actually, pretty much all of them.
Wow.
But I want you to recite the Shema Yisrael for us, please. Go ahead.
So Buttercup, are you finished with my unvisited?
The people like this guy Amir and the people there this sentence, and let's see how they will react. Okay? Tell them until our people are not back home, I don't really care what's going on inside of Gaza. Can you do that?
I should tell them I don't care what's going on in Gaza.
Yeah, until my people are not back home, I don't care what's going on there. I really don't care. I don't understand why you really care what's going on inside of Gaza until your people.
Because she hates Israel. That's why.
Because I don't think more death is going to bring them home. I think there was a plan on the table that would have brought them home and could have prevented many children from losing their parents and their arms and their legs and being orphaned. It's just
maybe they should have started October 7th in the first place.
The children didn't start October 7th. They're children, okay? Children are innocent.
Yeah, don't worry. They'll start the next October 7th. Don't worry. The children were the same ones that go to the death terrace camps that they're set
genocidal
up against them.
sentiment, Harry.
It's, I can show you plenty of evidence and videos of them. They brag about it and advertise it all online.
Can
That
we
they send their kids
be
to
a
terrorist
little more
camps.
loving? This is the
No, it's not about being loving. It's about being factual, Buttercup.
You just bring hatred everywhere you walk into.
And facing that's not hatred. That's reality, Buttercup. I'm sorry.
Guys,
maybe you need to face it.
Shlomi, I'm coming from a place of love. I love my people, and that's why I'm engaging here, and I love Israel, and I just have a different point of view. That's it.
You know, your point of view, you believe in violent resistance against the Jewish people, correct? Or do you?
It's not misrepresenting what I said, Norman.
No. Well, please correct me. How did you put it?
Yeah, how did you put it, Buttercup?
We had a conversation about whether Hamas serves the Palestinian cause. And I said it doesn't serve the Palestinian cause. And there are people in the room said it does.
That quote. I'm talking about when you said, I'm not opposed to violent resistance to oppression.
If you say that Hamas is not
Serving the Palestinians.
yeah, if you say that, so what?
I'm against Hamas. I think they're a death
But
you're in favor of violent resistance.
Shlomi, I support them getting Hamas. I support conquering Hamas. I support decimating Hamas and exiling the leaders.
When you are slapping yourself in the face.
No, you can do that without killing without starving out children. You could have stopped the war a year ago. It says military leaders, not me.
You feel that violence
will go if we stop the war a year ago.
Sorry? They said you exile the leaders. There was a plan to bring the PA in and do a plan for day after.
But Hamas didn't agree for that.
They did.
There is no other side that we need to look at them.
There is another side, Shlomi. Shlomi, I've only, by the way, I've only called Hamas a genocidal death cult. I've never said anything nice about them.
That's irrelevant to what he's talking about.
I know, but I have a feeling I'm being maligned here. Everyone's calling me a Hamasnik.
Nobody said you're a Hamas. Did anybody say that?
Norm keeps telling me I
You
support
love playing this card, my guy.
I want to understand the workings of your mind.
I really try to understand what it is. From one side you say that Hamas are not doing anything good for the cause. From that one side. From the other side you say that a year ago we should have stopped the war, but if we stopped the war a year ago, Hamas are still in power and they are still not serving the cause of the Palestinians. So what do you want? To stop the war or to serve the Palestinian cause? Because if you are one that claims that wants peace in the world and that no one will suffer and all of this, if you say that you want to end the Palestinian suffer from Hamas because it's not helping the cause, but from the other side you said there was a deal and Hamas are still in power, you are still
You think it's a contradiction. I understand. You think it's a contradiction.
yes. I don't think
I think
it is
the picture, the picture you give is not that great. According to my knowledge, according to many experts that I heard, there was a possibility a long time ago, maybe a year ago, to reach a deal and remove Hamas from power in Gaza. It was possible to achieve, but
Hamas said yes.
Who's gonna physically remove them, Ego?
Hamas said yes, Hamas said yes.
I can give you sources for this. According to my, I heard it, I know it.
Who physically removed them?
Hamas said yes.
For the end of the war, they were ready to enter the war and to be replaced as a governing power in Gaza.
But they didn't want to give up their weapons.
That's true.
They didn't want to give up their weapons, so it's the same thing. It doesn't change anything. They're still the governing power in Gaza.
Which is not less important. They were ready for in this deal. In this deal, they were ready to release all our forces.
But they are still in power.
But this deal could be reached, according to many experts, this deal could be reached and all the hostages could be
Part of the deal was for them to give up their arms as well, and they didn't want to do that. So it was on them. It wasn't on Israel, It was on them.
The issue is that this deal will happen sooner or later. The same deal could be reached a year ago will happen soon, sooner or later. Same deal.
At a higher cost. At a higher cost.
There's no more deal gonna
For
be
the higher
reached.
cost for the higher cost of our soldiers, for the higher cost of our hostages, and for the much higher cost of the situation, international situation. All this cost us because of political reasons. This all happened because some faction in our government did not want to end the war.
Brother Igal.
This is the truth.
Brother,
This is the truth.
let Brother Igal, so Hamas said they were going to commit October 7th 1,000 times, and they're not going to give up their guns. So it was part of the deal that they're not going to do that anymore, do you think?
Hamas will not rule Gaza. Military capacity is reduced by 90%.
A year ago.
A year ago, yes, a year ago.
You think they were
Exactly,
reduced
yes.
90% a year ago?
Yes, I heard it from many experts. Yes.
So we're fighting 10% of them now? For years?
Yes.
I understood that they reconstituted themselves. That they're always getting new fighters. They're training the young ones to do this. Don't you hear this?
This war we can continue forever the way it's going now.
Well, we can continue forever, or we can have a definitive victory.
But we are losing a lot. We could end this war with victory, military and politically, many months ago. But we are losing now politically, economically, and losing hostages and soldiers because of our extremist, stupid, fascist.
I love you as a Jew, but I disagree with you on this matter.
In the chat, I posted a video of dozens of current and former military and intelligence officials in Israel who say the war could have been ended. It was everything that could be accomplished has been accomplished, and the war was ended.
I want to ask you something, Buttercup. Do you believe an accomplishment is to get back all the hostages?
Don't ask Buttercup anymore anything.
I agree.
How can it be accomplished if there's still hostages?
These are the people of Kaplan, like Yigal and Amos, and this is the same set of mind. And this set of mind I'm not dealing with when I'm in the room. They can stay down. And if they want to talk with her, I'm leaving.
We'd rather talk to you.
The rescued hostage censors her, saves the room.
Did you want to ask anything? Or did Shlomi leave? He already said goodnight.
I don't see him. I hope he did.
Maybe he had enough. Well, he's back.
And then I'm with this kind of people.
Okay, Shlomi.
Shlomi,
We're happy to have you back.
I want everybody to meet a sweet friend of mine.
I'm trying to be nice. I'm coming, and in the end, I get the same feelings that I get from Amos, telling me you should be ashamed of yourself. You didn't go and shake Trump's arm to tell him release the hostages. You should go and demonstrate. And this kind of things that they think that is helping for the hostages. They say when we are demonstrating and putting this power on our government, they will raise the price. Definitely they will raise the price. Eventually, they are looking at us every moment and see what how we are going through. And every time in Gaza, when we saw in Al Jazeera, the demonstration, they said it's not enough, it should be bigger. It's helping our cause. And you don't understand that. That's what they were telling us as hostages. It's not enough people. It should be bigger. It should be bigger and bigger. the people that I know those two personally really starved, yeah, and come and say that we need to end this war because we're starving in Gaza or this or this or this. Buttercup, go check. The military in Israel wants to conquer all of Gaza. They want to end this, try to release the hostages. They are eager to do it. This is the set of mind of the real people in Israel, not the minority that you see on the media. Stop making make us look weak in this war. Stop. People like you, Amos, Igal, in this app, fucking app. Don't tell us what to do from another country. Don't think that you know the best because you are sitting there in another country, safe. Maybe someone is telling you, ugly Jew or something like that. Or you're feeling that the crowd is looking at you different now because the real face of them are disguised. The mask is off. Don't tell us what is right or wrong. Come live here. Come live here. Try to live here. Face the consequences of living here among all of these problems that we have in this country. Face reality and then come and speak what this government should do or not. As long as you don't live here, don't tell us which government should be here or not. Because it's not your country. You will be vote for Biden. Probably will vote for Biden for Kamala in the next election. Because this is what you are representing. The same shit.
Slowly, you know what I have to say. You know, it's hard to hear what you're saying, but I have to tell you, my father, Big Aliyah, he came back to this country and he said the same thing. He said, I am no longer there, and they deserve. The world needs to take a back seat and let Israel fulfill its understanding and what they do. And I think, and he said it's going to be hard for the rest of the Jews, but this is self-determination. So I appreciate what you just said. What they said, that you have offered self-determination, so it's important we're reminded. We're just worried.
shit that he has to do it.
Kalina, this is his country.
That's understandable.
Look, they promised to do it again.
So can I ask you, it's okay if you can ask. What can we do? Oops,
Well, Ben, you'll have the coolest man to all of those around here.
Lily, I want you to meet my beautiful friend from synagogue. We pray for you every day, and especially on Shabbos. Yes. He's saying I'm paying it for you, and I had your picture up behind my seat at synagogue. I told everybody in the synagogue about this point. And when you were free, I was dancing, jumping up and down like a maniac, dancing with my rabbi. Our hats flew off. Dancing. This is my friend Crystal. She's on the stage. She had a baby, and it's kind of a beautiful baby. Someday you'll meet her.
Oh, that's awesome.
this app because it saved me a lot of time from having to get burner accounts so I can do the recordings that I want to do. I don't know. To me, it's a great feature for $5 a month.
Did want to say something, but slowly I want to.
And there you have it.
He's the one who was.
I need to be sent by the people that freaking out.
Slowly, I say speak for a lot of people on this app. You know, we are.
Roger, I need to be comfortable from my
We will listen to you.
Are you
We
serious?
don't make any pretense of what we think should happen. We have our opinions, but.
Welcome to I bought a Himalayan salt block to see if I can cook a burger on it. After my last video making a steak, I realized that I didn't have it hot enough, so I just put it in the oven for an hour to get to 500 degrees. And if I'm being completely honest, I don't fully trust this thing yet. For some reason, I feel like it's just gonna explode in my oven for some reason. So anyways, back to this burger. I just got everything prepped right in time for the block to come out of the oven, which means we're finally ready to cook. And I will say, right off the bat, these are cooking a lot better than the steak did, so I'm gonna season them up, put the buns down, and it's time to get started with the veggies. Here's a Himalayan salt block fun fact. Apparently, the vine was first discovered in the 4th century, but Alexander the Great's horses were found licking salty rock. And if that's not crazy enough, here's another one for you. Apparently, they're not even from the Himalayas. They're actually mined in Pakistan, so I guess you learn something new every day. Sorry, I got off topic. My patties, veggies, and bacon are finally done, so that means it's time to assemble this thing and see if it's any good. Now, look, I think you just can't have too much salt on a burger. And I'm telling you right now, if this turns out good, I might have to open a little restaurant and call it the Smash Block or something stupid. Okay, here's the truth. The burger was actually pretty solid. I would give it a 6.5 out of 10, but the zucchini were absolutely horrible. They were so salty. Welcome to I bought it.
My dad burned all his teeth.
What they're saying from one side, it's not good to Hamas and they get all the Palestinian people if they want to be in the United States and this and that, they need to change their rate, of course. And I don't care that they will have, but I think they will change their set of minds that acknowledge the Jewish people in this land. There is no speaking of it even, and not doing the war that will have our people there is us to just, it's not reasonable to speak even about anything. Give them back and then we will start to speak. This is how I think, that's it.
It's valid acknowledgement of all.
You hear the wildest things. People want to debate people who are held hostage.
For that. This is a thing. People hear your outrage right now just from the recent situations. But it's not even that. Like everyone knows the Craigslist articles and this and that. And we just kind of like, all right, he served his time, whatnot. I've recently been sent items that I'm like, oh yeah, okay, whatever. It's probably not true. I'm not gonna look at it, whatever. And then, and people like, no, really, KK, this is happening. Like, he can't be trusted. He has a habitual pattern of unfortunately preying on people, charming them, and using them. And I was like, well, I get that for his actual, the Craigslist thing that, whatever, that he's self-admitted and talked to, but it's just sad. It's just really just, I mean, I'm shaking because I just read this afternoon, and I read the entire thing. It's public information. It was the New York State Unified Court System. It's a .gov website and Nassau County, and it offers up all the decisions within the court system. And I never knew about this, and I'm just kind of like, I get it now, why, and my spidey senses was right, like, something's just not off, something's off. So, in this court case, it shares that this woman met this person in 1999, and again,
part of the reason for the crash, the housing crash market in 2008, that they were eventually sold off as JP Morgan and Chase. If you are projecting that you are working for Bears and Stearns, and it was expressed to this poor woman that he was working at Bears and Stearns in the area of international currency. This is an investment banking firm, okay? So this lady that met him in 1999, and then in March 2001, this lady asked him to be a co-trustee for a large check from a trust that was written to her from her family, and it was in the form of $200,000, and it was agreed upon, yes, $100,000, and it was agreed upon that he would take that check and deposit into a Dreyfus, and I guess Dreyfus is a bank, and that he would, in March of 2001, it was supposed to be a investment, and it was agreed that he would personally take the check to Dreyfus, I'm quoting now from the court document, and open an account to which the $200,000 would then be deposited. But what happened was that he put the $200K trust fund check made out to the Dreyfus family of funds, both she and he signed as co-trustees. And instead of opening a trust fund, he opened a personal account in his own name in which he deposited the $200,000 check. Again, this is all online. I'm like shocked. So in the court case revealings, it does say that he embezzled the proceeds and depleted the entire deposit in July of 2001. She discovered the funds were misappropriated and reported to the authorities. The months following, he was arrested, charged with grand larceny in the second degree. Upon later entering a plea of guilty in grand larceny in the third degree, he was sentenced to 5 years probation in order to pay $100,000 restitution. Yeah, so if you think about it, she met him in 1999, and he did this in February 2001. And then he was, hold on a second, yeah, 2001, and then he was charged. He was charged July of 2009 within the New York State Unified Court System. This is all there. But I'm thinking like, okay, 2009, that's when the Craigslist Daily News New York Post articles came out. Like literally that summer of 2009. So he was doing this type of stuff for like a really long time. And within the actual court case, and if you actually read some of the other things, it's just eye-opening. There's a cyclical pattern of using his, projecting a kindness, in my opinion, a kindness to take advantage of anyone that he can. And I will say this, he went to jail for his, for his charges with sex trafficking and promotion to prostitution. There were allegations of rape, but he was not charged with that.
He was charged with that. He either got a plea deal, I'm guessing it was a plea deal.
Right, but there's not a actual conviction, right? So that's the definitive. But the allegation, there is the allegation, and it's, with that situation that he did serve time for, admittedly on this map, shared his story multiple times for the past several years during his identity Yeah, yeah, but I don't know how long he had been doing this, but the victims that came forward, it was the exact same two victims was between June 8th and June 15th. And then they finally let them go. And it's just, I am worried that people are going to fall for that exact same type of being friendly with, and you're the best, and I'm so much smarter when you're in a room, and when the lions were at my door and they were trying to hunt me down, she was there for me, and I talked to him just yesterday, and he's such a good guy, and I'll always have his back like he has mine.
How does the correctness of that
All of this conversation is just used to manipulate, and in a dangerous capacity. People say like, okay, that's real life. This is the internet, whatever, whatever. But what if it can go offline? So that's just my caution. I've used it in a chat. It is public record. It is public record. It was sent to me several times, like a couple of years ago. I really thought like it can't be as bad as this, right? Because everyone was freaking out about the whole Craigslist thing that he admitted to, and he has served his time with. Like, I want to repeat that again. And I don't believe in reconvicting the person, but what I really do worry about is that there's a pattern of behavior that could be potentially dangerous for people that engage on this app, right? And there's a history of it starting back from 2001, right? So I don't have much time today. I'm going to go back down in the audience unless you have some quick questions for me. But
how does the Craigslist play with this?
Well, that was the initial thing.
So
Yeah, that was. Go ahead.
He says he's a model agency or a scout, and so this is where it starts to get disturbing because he's going to tell you he's a changed man. Now you can look this up. Jason Breska. He did open up, so in 2016, of course this is before Clubhouse, nobody created this for him. He did a quote-unquote talent agency. And it said something along the lines of looking for models won't require sex work or some stupid shit. And it's just like, really? You're doing this shit again? And then, 2 months ago, he opened Next Level Content Creators Model and Concierge Service. I'm sorry, dude, but like, if anything, does this sound like a changed man to you? I mean, this guy is fucking sick, and we see him doing like the love bombing of everybody. And for you guys who know, like, I would let him in my spaces when I would do my big spaces like every day, like a few years ago. And
Is racist hate speech rooms.
Like, dude, like, the guy, don't trust him. There were, people that worked with actual content creators. They weren't scam artists like him. That were, including ones that were monetized on this app, and they were telling me, like, dude, don't trust him. And, and then some of those content creators from bigger rooms, they were telling me what he used to going into the rooms of the mentally ill women on this app, befriending them. Eventually they changed, they get their nude photos. He started threatening them. Then he ended up, sending them out to other people. Just really weird shit. And that was all verified because he sent those nude pictures out to the mods of the Million Man Marathon. They were like, what the fuck is this? Like, they thought it was egregious.
And what did he do? He deleted that account because he knew any message that he was passing for sexting, like the woman in Canada, she's a little loony to me, but anywho, whatever. All that
Well, so Sid had this business idea. It was gonna be like masculinity. It was gonna be like a coach, masculinity coach, like offering guidance or stuff to men. And then Jay verbatim stole that idea, and he had this website service called masculinitymindset.com. Completely fucking stole his idea out from under him. And, I mean, and this was, this happened after that whole fiasco where he was outed on the Million Marathon stage and basically like shunned. That's when he kind of like.
It was supposed to be an investment, and
I ended up going into a bunch of their stages later, and then it was basically I saw his attitude with me. Everybody was saying, dude, like, look, he comes off as charming, but dude, that guy's a fucking snake. And then once he was like ripping off the Jewish population or the Jewish users on this app, saying, basically being gung-ho Israel, then he all of a sudden became a quote-unquote Jew. He's not Jewish.
And so, Pepe, that's how a natural pimp, aka sex trafficker, actually move nowadays, as they call them.
Yeah,
it's mind manipulation.
He's a very manipulative person, but then, once he did it, there were several. First of all, I saw how the personality changed when she got a moderator. Once I saw how the moderator was like, this is just about like his ego and it's about exerting control, having a sense of power. Like it was really weird. It's like I'm somebody who would. Like, I mostly go into other people's rooms now. I like, everybody knows the rooms with me. You guys know I don't ask for a lot of bad. I know it really doesn't make me feel powerful. Because at the end of the day, it's like, how much of a fucking loser do you have to be in real life? I can understand if you, make rooms and nobody cared to come in, especially the other clubhouse. Like, yeah, I'd probably be like, man, that sucks. But you know what I mean? Because I wanted to control the people on my fucking stage. That's stupid. But then he started. So first he lied and claimed to be a Jew. Right. Then there were two users from Clubhouse that were affected on October 7th, the Nova Music Festival, that people actually know in real life. They actually met on Clubhouse. And that's Shlomi and Jake. Jake was killed by Hamas on October 7th at the music festival. Both of them were working with the security. Then Shlomi, he ended up getting taken into Gaza, and there was actually a raid that was all over the national news where his face is in it. They end up, I guess their special forces ended up going into this very busy, crowded neighborhood in the middle of Gaza, and then the commandos had to shoot their way in and out to rescue him, and he saw his face and everything, so he got rescued. But people didn't know if he was dead or alive yet. I mean, there were a lot of unanswered questions. And
So wait a minute.
Well, hold on a second. No, he's a fake Jew. He's not a real Jew. He just suddenly claims to be a Jew when it's, I don't know, it was to grift off of the Jewish users on this app. And but he was claiming that he was friends with those two. He doesn't even know them. He was actually claiming to be friends with them. Like, what kind of person does that? This guy is fucking sick. And then, just seeing the love bombing that he does on his stages to all of these new people. I see Nye in here. Nye may think she hasn't figured out, but Nye, you don't understand it, dude. Those people that are, you see all those people that he's on stage with, they're new to him. They don't, the people that are, he's never been able to have, people he's been close to for a long time on this app. He ends up running afoul with all of them. He's not a normal fucking person. But he is going to have his little army or tribe of people that he thinks he can control or that will be loyal, and so he can do his thing. That's all he's doing. No, I'm not going to give you any smoke. I'm not giving you any. But don't worry. I'm just somebody who's like, well, I'll give him a chance, and it was me who brought smoke to him the first time because he was bullying somebody on a stage a couple of years ago, and I called him out on it. I mean, this guy has like a long history of being a fucking predator and a thief and a liar.
So wait a minute, you say he's in America, is he on Chatter?
Yeah, I guess he is on Chatter. He ended up weaseling his way back on there, but he got exposed with his old name on Millionaire Marathon like 3 years ago. He was getting accused of women, he was asking for their nudes. I guess like harassing them, and then there was for whatever reason, this moron thought it would be smart to send out the nude photos or videos or whatever to the mod team of Million Marathon. And, yeah. And they were just like, are you okay? What the fucking God's green earth makes you think that is fucking appropriate? We don't want you, like, sending us fucking, is this revenge porn? Like, what the fuck is this? Why are you doing this to us? Don't get us involved in your fucking shit. And, that's that. He was exposed as a creep, so he deletes his fucking account. Then all the messages disappear that he was sending all these women. And then even this most recent example, I posted a picture of Roger. That was public. He came on here with his original fucking name. Okay, at first. The people from season 1 all know his real name. People told me about a video. I've known about it for a while. And it was a video he did, a podcast with another well-known Clubhouse user that so happened to also be a libertarian. So I screenshot a picture of him, cross his name out, and I put up his picture. And I go on Roger's stage. I say nothing in his room. Roger notices my PTR. He obviously kicked me out the room. That's fine. That's expected. I wake up the next day, and this motherfucker is saying, I'm hearing him saying things like, oh, this piece of shit, she's doxing people, social security numbers, family members. Dude, no. I literally did not say his name, did not say his address, did not say anything about his family. I don't know where he works. Said nothing about him. About any personal identifying information. I posted shit that was public. And you saw like the other day, the season 1 Clubhousers came up on the stage and said, yeah, dude, it's not doxing. Like, it's common knowledge to us. But anyways, so I'm in this room, I'm hearing this shit, and then he's telling other people, he's a mentally unhinged person, you cannot go into his rooms. Because he's going to, it's all funny until he turns on you. I asked him, show me one fucking example, one recording, I'll give you $1,000. I gave that challenge to everybody, of me doxing somebody on this app. Because I haven't done it. I would make rooms where I'm somewhat comedic, but I'm very insulting. I talk about controversial shit. The whole thing with like personal drama and going back and forth with people is not something I like to do. Now Jay, I think he's just a rat piece of shit. He's had this cycle throughout his fucking life, and especially here on this app. And if he's gonna make his little content, hinting at and be like, oh, who's the most, and he's saying amazing, like when he makes his smart little remarks in his rooms and shit. We know he's talking about me. All right, fine. I'm just gonna address it directly to you because I know he's listening, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, Jay, what is your fucking goal here? Is it to make a narrative because it will get some people into your fucking room so you can look like the hero that's trying to save everybody from fucking doxing a doxer, from a bad guy? Is it to get people not to go in my rooms? Kind of like how you squeezed out Roger and Brent from the fucking Healthy Debates Club, which by the way, I actually like Brent. Despite me fucking, I think Roger's kind of an asshole. I don't dislike Roger. And like I said before, I think he's a good moderator. You're a fucking shit moderator. You just love bomb people on your stage constantly. and give your shitty fucking takes, you know, after everybody else talks, because you don't know how to be a fucking moderator and let a conversation flow. But, you know, your brain is not normal, obviously. That's why you've been fucking homeless in prison. You don't have close friendships because you end up fucking everybody over. I mean, you're a fucking piece of shit. But, Jay, at the end of the day, what was your goal? Were you trying to, like, is this even your attempt at trying to get something out of me? What is the reason you would decide to make the false content about me? Why would you do that? You guys, and everybody here, I'm sure you guys know, if he knew I dumped somebody, he would drop the fucking receipts. John was filming the whole goddamn room live. So you said you were going to watch it 2 days ago. Where's the goddamn receipts? Are you going to issue an apology for lying? Of course not. You're going to go with the narrative. Oh, he's just toxic. Oh, he's an unhinged doxer. Motherfucker, prove to everyone I'm a doxer. Otherwise, you're a liar. This is very easy the bar is super low for you. You rat piece of shit who's literally conned people your whole fucking life. I mean, you're worse than deadweight. You're a fucking drag on society. You're a drag on this fucking app. I mean, I just like, and out of all the times you guys, I've ever made rooms, you're the only person I've made a room about dragging. Because you're the only person dumb enough to fucking make rooms about me. And here's the other thing, Jay, I can go on and on and on. And I can insult your dumb ass. I can call out the hypocrisy. I will make these challenges to you, and I noticed that when you made these rooms the last few days, you can say, oh, well, if you don't got haters, you're obviously doing something wrong, or doing something right, or whatever the fuck it is you say. No, Jeffrey Dahmer had haters, but it's not because he did something right. You stupid fuck. You're hated for all the right reasons. Literally, you're a fucking parasite. You're a fucking piece of shit. That's why steel doors ended up getting slammed on your sorry ass every night. You fucking loser. Because you're a piece of shit. The world needed to be protected from people like you. You broke piece of shit. Now you're gonna go leech off of somebody in fucking Texas that you can't afford to take care of your sorry ass in New York. You fucking bum. I mean, you're literally a nobody. I don't know what you're trying to do with this social media shit, you dipshit. With your goddamn history, you will never be given a fucking contract. You stupid fuck. I would say what your remedy is, but I'll obviously get my account clipped. I mean, literally, if Jay was not in this world right now, the world would be a better fucking place. Literally. What do, dude? You don't work. You just try to scheme online and get your narcissistic supply in your gay, shitty fucking rooms. Like, what the fuck do you do? Now, I'm gonna see how sick this piece of shit is. I know he won't be able to do it because I'm merely hurting his ego. Say you're sorry. Say, I'm sorry for lying. It's not that you heard the wrong information. It's because you lied. You made it up. That I doxed somebody. Just say you're sorry. Move the fuck on. If you want to keep this going, look, dude, there's a lot of people that back channel me, that say a lot of stuff. People you really don't want to fuck with on this app. That think it's funny. That really, really fucking dislike you and think you're a piece of shit. I don't think you get it. Look at this, Jay. I'm somebody who does not open rooms very often. I have more people in my fucking room right now. When it's just one person talking, trashing your sorry fucking ass. And you know what I'm doing? I'm dropping fucking receipts. You saw KK up here talking about your fucking criminality. Talking about what you've continued to do since you've been out of prison. And you're an ex-con? Bullshit. Do you think somebody with antisocial personality disorder or narcissistic personality disorder, it's common knowledge that you can maybe get treatment to try to manage some of your narcissism and that kind of shit. But it never truly goes away. And as soon as you're stressed out, it will come back full swing. It's a lifelong condition. It's how your fucking brain is wired. Now, I can dangle a piece of meat in front of a dog and will drool, on my feet and do whatever the fuck I want. Because that's how it's wired. You're a very simple person to read. You make up lies constantly. You self-aggrandize. You use people as pawns. That's why you love bomb every goddamn person you meet. It is so fucking weird. That is one of the biggest signs that something's not healthy about a person. Like you might have narcissistic personality disorder, for example. When you with the excessive superficial flattery, you're a sick motherfucker, dude. You say you go to therapy twice a week. What you should do is open up a fucking behavioral health room and talk about how they've been working on your personality disorders, whatever else the fuck you have, and how much of a struggle it's been, and how you still cannot be a normal goddamn person. You sick piece of shit. But I'm sure you're getting the smoke you wanted. You must be doing something right. Dude, we can go back and forth dragging each other. All you can come up with is narratives. I can drop receipts. I can point out your particular fucking behavior. I can open up one of your rooms, replay it live for everybody. They'll see the love bombing. They'll see the constant fucking, bullshit, self-aggrandizing opinions that you have to give in between everybody else fucking talking. You're different, dude. You do this it's your own narcissistic supply and sense to need to feel in control and have a sense of power over people. That's what you get off on. You're fucking sick. You're not a healthy person to interact with. But, I'm gonna see how healthy you are. You don't have the receipts. You know it. I've been in other rooms. People have been asking me about this last few days. Nobody believes you. And you had no proof. Zero proof. You made it up. All you have to do now, like a normal person, is apologize. Just apologize and keep my fucking name out of your mouth. That's all you have to do. You see, if you just keep my fucking... I even when I've been civil with you, the last, 6 months or so, I still thought you were a rat piece of shit. You would love bomb me on your stage, but Pepe, I think you're smart, and okay, you told that to fucking 100 other bums before me. Like, do you think it means anything coming out of your fucking mouth? You stupid fuck. How many women can be pretty? How many can be smart? You stupid fuck. Now, you wanted to make a narrative about me to create some drama, and I'll continue making fun of your denture-wearing ass. You broke piece of shit. Why not? I actually think it's kind of funny, and you deserve it. But what you can do is be a goddamn man, you piece of shit. Because in person, you would not be doing this to me. You know that. I would completely fucking dominate you. I have boxed for fucking years. There's nothing you could do. You would say you're sorry and you would have your head down. But you're Mr. Tough Guy online. Just shut the fuck up. Apologize for making a lie, and keep my fucking name out of your mouth. Unless you want to keep on getting smoked like this, that's fine. I'll do it. I'll start getting a lot more vicious. We already talked about your childhood earlier. You may think that's a new low. I think it's kind of funny. But you want to see what a bully can really act like? Okay, fuck with me. And a lot of people might think like, well, why go there? The thing is, when you're dealing with somebody who's like him, a natural predator, they don't learn their lesson. If they can get away with it, they'll keep on doing it. They'll give you a sob story once they get caught. But they truly can't be helped. Why is it that in prison that when you do something as simple as touch somebody's shit, it can lead to a violent assault just for that? It's because it's known you have to have very strong boundaries with these people.
It's a slippery slope. As soon as they can see they can cross one boundary, they're going to do it again. So you end up taking all doubt out of their mind. And letting them know, no, I cannot fuck with this guy, because he will go full on and try to, kill me or really hurt me for doing it. Pieces of shit like him, they don't understand any other way. So we have to deal with them. He got what, 5-year sentence, 6-year sentence? He should have served, he was looking at 25. He was already on probation for what? Ripping off $200,000. Lying, saying he worked at Bear Stearns. We have all the court cases. We have this fucking modeling agency ad bullshit that you've made even after you got out of prison. That you used to exploit women. I mean, dude, you're a sick fuck. And what's funny is that it's kind of par for the course. If you are somebody who has your psychological issues, your personality, yeah, they're going to be fuck-ups and predators their whole life. They're not going to hold down jobs. They're not going to be reliable. They're going to use people, violate people's boundaries. And that's what you do. And so you have a really fucked up track record. And so, yeah, I mean, I could just... But you're also the type of people that are willing to lie and do stupid shit. Like, I don't know, pick a fight with me. However, because you can't help yourself, because your brain's different. But it's like this, you're the last person who should be doing that. You're a rat piece of shit that has a record of being a rat piece of shit your whole fucking life. That's why you're broke with fucking dentures. Well, at least, I don't know if they're dentures, but they look like it. But I'm still gonna make fun of you because they're fucking hideous looking. But I don't know. You want to keep on going with your cute little rooms? I mean, you're gonna die alone. There's not one man in this fucking country that is gonna give you the blessing to even go near their fucking daughter or their sister. Because you're a disgusting piece of shit. You victimize women, you victimize anybody. You're a fucking loser. That's why you had to have real men shut the fucking steel doors on your ass every night to protect women from dudes like you. Fucking douchebag. I mean, I don't know, you're gonna have to retire soon at your age. No, you haven't held a fucking job. You have nothing in Social Security saved up. You're gonna be fucking dead weight as a senior. See, not only are you a fucking loser who hasn't accomplished anything, you are literally fucking cancerous. You just cause trouble everywhere you go, and you prey on people. You're just a shitty fucking human being. The bum that's talking to himself, pushing around a shopping cart, maybe, he's mentally ill, he's not doing much for society. At least he has somewhat of an excuse. But he's not necessarily hurting people. You, on the other hand, are different. You're a net fucking drain and a threat to society. How does it feel, Jay? I know you get real mad. That's why you didn't want Roger and Brent to have admin roles and fucking helping the teams. Because you wanted to be the guy that could open up the big rooms. How does it feel, Jay? I get bigger rooms than you stupid motherfucker. And I don't even really make these anymore. And it's just me talking all by myself, something you cannot do. It's just me shitting on you. Because it's fucking easy. I don't even have to be creative. But your shitty fucking history, you wrote it for me. The fuck, I mean, goddamn, this doesn't even take talent. It's just like find a really shitty person, bring up his behavior, bring up his past. He's a fucking loser. You can obviously, there's a lot of pain points you can dig there. And that's what I'm fucking doing. You have to be the dumbest motherfucker to want smoke with somebody on this app. I mean, like, how fucking dumb are you? Now your history and your behavior is being relitigated for the 100th goddamn time by somebody on this app. You stupid fuck. The best thing you can do is just shut your fucking mouth and stop making accusations about people. I know you're not going to be able to do it. You're going to open a room, act like you're a goddamn victim, say, I'm the one who's unhinged. I don't have the arrest record, motherfucker. There's not one woman on this app, and I was a lot bigger than you on this app, that has ever accused me of asking for nudes, of sliding into their back channels, of any of that shit. We're not the fucking same. You, on the other hand, you're a whole different fucking story. You're a creep. Legit creep. But you're going to open it up a room, talk about toxicity. See, I'm jealous because of what, dude? Nobody on here is out for clout anymore. All of the guys that were the actual like content creators left. They stopped making rooms the same times I did. You're not going to get a new audience. Your numbers were going to dwindle. It was a losing effort. So they had to go to another platform. Some went to X. A whole lot of them went to TikTok. I was like, well, I kind of like this app. I'm just going to hang out and chill. So I mostly just went in other people's rooms. Some of these people are doing well on TikTok. A couple did well on X. But that's my story. But here's your dumb, goofy ass trying to clout chase. But I don't think it's necessarily clout that you're after. It's that you want to get that narcissistic supply, and you want that sense of like control that you get when you're moderating a room. I mean, you're sick. You're just sick.
I may ask a question, please.
What?
So someone in the chat said he made a room about you and was spreading lies about you.
Yeah, well, we went over this, Jazzy. You.
Oh, I thought this just happened.
Oh no, yeah, he's still making rooms. He's still like making references to like, oh, he doxes people. You know what happened? I didn't dox anybody. So just him. All he needs to do is just apologize for making shit up, and to keep my fucking name out of his mouth. Now I'm going to continue to think you're a rat piece of shit, Jay. I have zero hope for you. People with your psychological issues, those are lifelong. Your personality is set for life. If you get hit by a car, fall off a building, I don't know, maybe then your brain, even if you got a lobotomy, you'd probably be you wouldn't be a danger at least at that point. But other than that, you are who you are. You're just a sick person.
So the apology would be unnecessary because it wouldn't smooth things over, really, right?
Oh, what? If he doesn't want me to respond and trash him, all he has to do is just apologize and keep my fucking name out of his mouth. That's all he has to do. And I won't really care to waste my time on him. No, I do think it's fun to, in a way to do it. He thinks that this will get him more attention, which it really won't, and he can't hold people in his rooms because he's uninterested. And his modding style is fucking atrocious. But I know this hurts him. And, what's funny is that the rooms that he opens, he doesn't have a rebuttal to anything I say. He just has to continue to go along with some stupid narrative, like, oh, haters gonna hate. Just toxic personalities. No, motherfuckers, that you keep on wanting to talk about me, making rooms referencing me. So now I'm gonna make fun of you. And what makes it a lot more painful is that you don't troll, you try to run narratives. I'm not even really trolling, but if you would call it trolling, it's trolling with the truth, which makes it very painful. It hurts. And I don't know about you. I'm not built like you, Jay. I don't have it in me to like take advantage of people like that. Especially like what you went to prison for with those two girls, or women, I should say. Like totally disgusting behavior. But all he has to do is just apologize, keep my name out of his fucking mouth, This is, he probably thought he had like a little alliance of people he love bombed that would be loyal and, could kind of shield him or protect him on this app, but he doesn't. And what he not know is that there's, dude, I'm telling you, like in the DMs and in other places, a lot
American Indian. The White House says it plans to replace what it considers divisive or ideologically driven language with unifying, historically accurate, and constructive descriptions. Well, joining me now is our friend Eddie Glaude, James S. McDonald, distinguished professor at Princeton University and an MSNBC contributor and analyst. And Eddie, I'm just guessing that you've got something to say about this because you are a history professor. So who gets to decide what is divisive versus historically accurate, not to mention the president's depictions of what is, quote, woke and racist?
Well, look, first of all, it's always great to see you, Alex. And, we're dealing with this internet, so I hope I can get through this. But I think it's really important for us to understand what Donald Trump is up to. I think it's very clear that he's trying to tell a story of America that coincides with his own political ambitions, his own conception of America as a white republic. And so, unlike other presidents who believe that we were always already on the road to the more perfect union, Donald Trump believes that the country's perfection was evidenced in its founding. So we can't tell a story about our failings because those stories call into question our inherent goodness and our divine mission. So he's seeking a history that confirms his politics in so many ways.
No, the only thing I would say in regards to this entire argument or this entire subject is that I feel strongly that before you come after me as a citizen and what I want to give up, I think we should be looking at the larger picture of what the government does spend their money on. For instance, what I consider corporate welfare. We've got an oil industry in this country that receives billions of dollars of taxpayer money. And then when they turn, and that's okay, apparently, but when they turn around and they want to provide dental care for people that cannot afford dental care, and it costs, $5 billion or whatever it might be, I'm not going to give you an exact figure, then people start to freak out on particular sides of the aisle, I'll just use that term. And I think, when you have people that are totally struggling in this economy and in the way things are now, in order to even just survive, have a place to live.
Like driving around in a Koenigsegg and then decided, oh hey, we're a for-profit organization. Like driving around in a Koenigsegg, like driving.
Dude, just think about, if you look at the podcasts that people like to watch, or the YouTubers, or whoever, you kind of notice they fall in several categories. But let's just say it's the types of rooms you might see on here. You're often going to get somebody who's like exceptionally intelligent, who is like a journalist, right? And they are going to interview people. And oftentimes they're going to interview people that have expertise in a particular area. Most people can't get those kinds of experts on their podcast. Or you're somebody who's maybe interesting takes, but you're not necessarily an expert at anything. Those, that can work, but oftentimes it's going to be like, it's going to be content about, it could just be like, I don't want to say like trash content, but content like what is that, whatever podcast where they have like OnlyFans girls and mix in a bunch of like fucking, I don't know, church-going Christians. And, well, Well, no, not like Andrew. The Whatever podcast is the name of it.
Listen, they can't say.
And then you have Andrew Tate, which yes, he's obviously.
It's a watermelon right now.
Oh wow. Watermelon be good. Damn, I want a fresh cut watermelon. Yes, I like mine hard.
I'll first cut mine.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a watermelon tomorrow. I want one today, man. Like, speaking of that.
Keegan.
I don't record.
All right.
I'm gonna do
You guys aren't gonna crash my stage, so. And it was a white woman that I hear from reliable source that gave JB the contact information, so you know it was not jazzed in. But yeah. Now going back to the podcasters and like what they can do. You see, I never thought about doing a podcast. I mean, quite frankly, I'm somebody who would say like I don't know, I'd have controversial opinions and debates that are like not advertiser dollar friendly. I would say insulting things which definitely are not advertiser friendly. You know, I'm not like I personally I think Apple wouldn't platform me. YouTube, they're not going to platform me. So I was just like, nah, podcast route probably isn't for me. But what I would say is with Jay, or Gay B, what is it that you have? Like, what audience could you capture? You can't. Nobody wants to listen to a moderator. You stupid fuck. What kind of, and your stupid company, Next Level Content Creation. Motherfucker, you don't create content. Dummy. You're literally pursuing a path, like everything else you did in your life, that you will not be able to complete. You're a fucking loser. This is not your path, bro. Nobody cares to listen to a guy who has a stage of people who wants to interrupt everybody to say hello, or to love bomb them, or to give a shitty 2 cents after every other person talks. Who wants to listen to that? You fucking idiot. Nobody goes onto a stage saying, man, I can't wait to hear what JB has to say. You know what is different? Is that was actually what I would do to get people in my fucking room. Because they're like, oh shit, what is Pepe gonna say today? It's like the guy that's like directing traffic and who both causes car crashes and you know, sits by while the car crashes happen. That was like my whole fucking shtick. You dumb motherfucker, you don't have any, you're not entertaining. But you're saying I'm jealous. Look at this motherfucker. It's been me talking this whole fucking time, something you've never been able to do. And I bring in way more goddamn people than you, and you have a fucking house that you weaseled your way into that has 30,000 fucking people in it. We're not the same, dummy. Just say you're sorry. I fucked up. Yep, I lied. Yep, my bad. That's all you gotta do. And don't put my name in your fucking mouth again. And then you won't hear me dragging you or I don't know, saying anything about you. It's quite frankly, I don't really care. But if you want to play this game, we're gonna play this game.
May you please delete admin link out the chat? It's the link for
I did. Fuck him.
And so, you know, and when it comes to bullies like you, I am kind of like a sadist at that point. Like I do get off.
They fucking kicked me. Okay, that's Clubhouse Drama with Pepe and Jay Bresca. I hope you enjoyed it. They kicked me. It's fun. It's not a big deal.